Alright, we're back in action. I forgot my mic was muted, alright? Don't judge me! You know? All the judge and know the love. I don't know. It says it's streaming, but am I streaming? Am I really streaming? Or am I just dinging around here? The dog is being cute today. I wish I could show you guys Maple. Oh, you kidding me? They brought me in a game that's already been going. This guy's got 10 kills already, dude. How am I supposed to do this, man? No. Oh no! Oh! I survived! I survived! Holy shit, I survived! Oh no! I died! That hurt. That hurt my feelings. I survived the last second there. Yo. Streaming live commentaries. Yeah, you guys gotta hear this guy behind us. Oh, are you serious? I thought I killed him first, dude! Lucky bastard. Oh, from behind me. Figured. Alright. Alright. Get out of the loadouts, Ty. Come on. Get your head in the game. Oh. Someone shot him down. Oh. That sucks. Stop running out that door, dude. Let's take out this VTOL! Nice. Just hoping someone would come for that way. This looks like a hot spot. Since I just had a teammate die there. But I may be wrong. Oh, Ty, you throw too far. Why, Ty? Why? You just wasted a grenade. Grenade that did nothing. Oh, I can't even make it. Oh. That hurts. That hurts my soul. Damn it. Yeah, I don't have a camera on today, guys, because I'm sick. I feel like absolutely hoarse. You know what I mean? Dude, we're like stuck in this corner. Unless you decide to roam. Come on, dude. Where is everybody? Why can't I get no fixes on anybody? This is the worst powerhouse in the whole place. Nice. Try sticking up like that, huh? You think you're cool, bro? You think you're cool? Cause I'm definitely not cool. I'm about to jump off this and die. And run into the backyard here. Oh. Oh, did they kill him? Did they kill him? I'm sad, they took my kill, bro. Alright, well, let's just run out this way. Oh, crap. Oh. Didn't see me there, bro. I was never there, man. You never saw me. I'm the ghost in the night. Gonna take him out. Before you ever saw me, you know? That guy was so down in the scope, he didn't even see me. It was going in circles. It was funny as shit. Oh. Beautiful, beautiful people, come to me. Spread your love. I have to log in to see if I'm actually streaming. Hey babe, did you get a notification that I was streaming? Oh, I got the notification. Guys, don't even mind me. Just sick today. Just gotta sit here and chill, play Modern Warfare. You know, that's all I want in life, right? Yeah, it's kind of weird not having a face cam on, to be honest. It's like it's available and we can sit here and watch it, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to do anything. Happy holidays, ha 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 ha. I'm streaming at 1080p, that's funny, so. I don't even do this stream at 1080p. What the hell? Oh well, whatever. As long as it's not causing issues. Still trying to get stuff done, dude, guys. Come on, man. You can't start so soon without me. Alright. That, so exciting not having any freaking camera on, right? Man, we're gonna run it. Oh, dude. That should have been my first kill, man. Oh. It's my fault, because I, Oh. Oh, jeez, dude. Almost died. That was scary. Do you guys see that? That guy was like right next to me. You're down the scope too much so you can't see people. Oh, that guy just watched. What just happened? Oh crap. Ty, you're gonna die. Ty, you're gonna die. See, I'm trying to. Oh crap. Oh, what the fuck? I just saw a guy here. Oh, everyone else is lagging like hell? Oh, did you not? No. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. What's going on with this? Dude, I can't believe none of my teammates saved me. Yeah. Dude. Come on, man. Should just take that building. Oh, that's my own teammate. Oh, why can't I go in the door? What in the actual hell? When did I pick that up? Oh, fuck. Alright, go upstairs. Go upstairs, Ty. Oh, I blew myself up! No! Come on, why? Hold on, guys. I forgot to put in my chat. Hey, King Fergie, what's going on, man? How's your day? Yeah, no camera today. For good reasons. Just kidding. There's no such thing as good reasons. Just good feelings. Ooh. Feels bad, man. Oh, that's my own teammate, man. Oh. I know teammates are not doing crap right now, dude. Oh, crap. Where is all these guys at, man? Oh no, he saw me. Oh, okay. I thought he saw me. I was just like, hey, I'm gonna sneaky him You know? And no, never mind. I got fucking sneak behind. Sneak, deek, deek. Ooh, interesting. If I can hop up. Like, okay, so I hopped up there. So I'm still trying to figure this map out. It just came out. Map is brand new. To me, anyways. I feel like they've had a similar style map before. Dude, did I just see money fly out of the guy? You guys saw that, right? Oh no! What on the earthness? Oh, the guy was like above me. Okay. Fair. Fair. Dude. Well, come on, man. What on the earth? What on the earth? How am I not hitting anybody? Somebody tell me. How am I not hitting people? Okay, okay, interesting, interesting. King Fergie came in for a hot second. King Fergie out! Just kidding, he's always here. In spirit! Oh! Dude. Alright, well, my teammate's on that roof, that's cool. Why did I just see shininess? Nice! Oh no! Oh yeah, I'm slightly dying, guys. Don't fucking judge me for it, right? Shit. You'll fucking piss off, right? Woo! Oh! Oh! Oh god! I won! I won! Oh! Oh! Oh no! They're behind me. How did I know? It's not. It's Nut. It's T-Nut. What the hell is T-Nut, man? T in the Nut. Oh! You know, sometimes you can do some stuff on this game, like seriously parkour for some random reason. Yeah, I'm sucking. I'm sucking right now. You see me take that corner just now? That's how a pro takes that corner. That's a fucking lie. Don't fucking believe that. Anybody tells you that's how a pro takes a corner, you're fucking stupid. You should reevaluate your life. Oh, fuck me. Alright, Ty. If it... Oh, okay, never mind. Hey guys, I'm scared. Yes, I just wanted my revenge. That's all I cared about. Oh man, sorry guys. Sniffles got me. Ooh, they just blew him out of the water. Is that my old teammate? Did he actually die? Or what? Oh, dude, they just switched the map. I'm fucking pissed. There's no way they didn't switch the map. They switched upon points. No way they didn't switch it. Guys, you like that charm on it? I got a little loot box now. Oh yeah, we won! Yay! Ugh. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I give up. One shot, one kill. This guy's making plays in the game. Bro, I'd be so pissed, man. Not really. It kind of happens. You're hitting me down the sight. You're not paying attention. The guy was wide open in the middle. He looked like he was aiming down the sight. Maybe he's trying to shoot a helicopter or something. Yo, rank up already. Oh, level up my weapon too. I got the underbarrel. I don't remember what that is. Oh man, why am I having so much fun on this game today, guys? What's going on? Yeah, here's the gauge duty shotgun. Grenade launcher. I think my setup for my gun is pretty on point for this game. Yeah, I mean, don't mind the full metal jacket. That does add some increased damage, which is nice. Desert cat. Whoop 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 whoop. Like the blue, I like the blue. I like the blue tiger. It's pretty cute, right? Honestly, I really like the dragon skins. I'm sad this is the last one, the foliage one, because I honestly don't care about it. The pink one's alright. I just don't like making a fashion statement out of my gun, you know. Like it's something normal. Sorry, for someone that's sick, I'm talking a lot. We're still supposed to be doing homework too, Ty, so don't forget about that. I already have that open. I don't know why it's opening a second time. It's freaking confusing. Close yourself. Be gone! Stop! Right, babe? I just heard her walking by. There's no way she didn't hear me. Suspicious. Suspicious. Oh, domination. Alright, interesting. Alright, we'll capture this. Oh well. So that's B, there's A over there. I'm just gonna take the stairs. I honestly, they kind of messed up on this map because I feel like this is the best PowerPoint in the whole game. Not that it's the greatest. It's the best, close to the best. As long as you can get sights on people first. You can't throw nothing up here. You can shoot at people. Oh. Jeez, I could have been shooting people. Alright, I didn't notice that was there. I'm just eating my scope right now. This is fun. Come on, guys. Don't flip spawns. Oh, seriously? There we come. Oh, you gotta be funny. You gotta be fucking playing with me, bro. Where's my fucking teammate, man? Where the fuck is my teammate? You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Where the hell is my team? Yeah, you stunned me. Ooh. Oh no, come on. I pulled that out first. Yo. I don't know how my team already fucked up already. How the fuck do you fuck up so bad that we were losing? See where that lands. Oh no, dude. That sucks. I was like right there. I was ready, man. Oh, dude. That was just hurtful, dude. I told you that, like, that is one of the best PowerPoints in this map. Okay, so that gives you sight into this yard. Sweet. Did I make it? No, I didn't make it because I felt like I would hit somebody. Oh, dude, who got killed? Not where you think I am. Fuck. He just ran into there, didn't he? Dude, how do we do this? Nice, got him. I was like, am I gonna get him? Am I gonna get him? Fucking walls are not invincible. Oh, crap! There was a guy in front of me? Yeah, okay, I see. He must have saw me shooting at his fellow bandit. Oh! Alright, I didn't expect to keep sliding. That threw me off. I'll be honest. Oh, what? How the? Oh, he must have a radar up. Probably should take out the air radar first. Oh, what? What? Oh, spawn me in the same spot again. Okay. That confused the shit out of me. Like, seriously, I'm like, how do you end up in a spot like that? Without noticing or anything. Alright. King Fergie, I fucking love you, dude. You need to stop being this beautiful man that pops in and just stares at people. It's creepy. We got any more helicopters in the sky? Yeah, we do. We got some more helicopters. Let's take this out, dude. Let's take this out. My freaking team sucks, dude. Oh, crap! Ugh. Oh, I just watched my teammate just be stupid. Oh. Okay. Thought my teammate was dead. No. Still alive. Still somehow surviving. Interesting. Yeah, I'm camping here for right now because my team is not carrying me. What? It let me mount, and then it didn't let me mount. Oh, come on! I had him! Who agrees with me? I had him! I ran out of ammo. I seriously... I don't ever have enough ammo anymore. I just have to run around and knife people. Oh, dude! I got shotgun away, didn't I? No, he sniped me? He sniped me, man, and I just... Ah, dude, I was... Ah, that's freaking rough, man. Stop roasting you? Hey, man. Hey, Dad. The new Nancy Drew game is out. You should play it, eh? I would, and, I'm not roasting you, man. I'm generally enjoying your life. Enjoying your lurking, King Fergie, alright? I'll give you a shout-out, but my hands are tied up, and Seahorse is over here trying to get me to play Nancy Drew games. What do you think I am? The greatest detective alive or something? That's Batman. Get your shit together. Ah, fuck, come on. Look at me. I can't even throw a grenade straight, bro. Like, and you think I'm roasting you, man? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, I almost... oh no. Nah, it's not serious cussing. Cussing back and left and right. It's the cuss grenade, you know? Oh, cuss grenade. Cuss grenade! Yo, he saw me on top. Okay, I see where he's at. Where am I at, you know? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Is he a juggernaut? No, he isn't a juggernaut. He just seemed like it. Seemed like it. I love you guys. This is funny. Oh, what? What? Oh, he killed him. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, he's in the building. Diabetes. Oh, diabetes got me. Diabetes 2, my bad. I really want to shoot whoever came out diabetes 2, by the way. Just... let's take A. Let's come on. We need to get... Oh, fudge. Oh, no, diabetes got me again. Oof. Nah, it's Wallworks. Wallworks got me. I wish I was on Wallworks team right now. I feel like I'm playing with a bunch of noobs. Which isn't bad. I mean, come on. Everybody's got to start off somewhere. You know? But right now, I know I'm just dying. Oh, no. Who's shooting at me? Oh, shooting at my teammate, maybe? What is that? emote you use, King Fergie? Go poetry rage, go power up. Power it up. Oh, that was the guy that was just shooting at, wasn't it? He must got the final kill. That's what it was. Roast you all! I got switch lobbies. I'm gonna have to switch it real quick. I have to switch. Ooh, I'm already level 21. We could double XP token power. Nah, they must have switched something. There must have been something different they did with this. King Fergie. Oh, Chandler, Twitch Prime. You get Chandler for Twitch Prime? That's interesting. What in the actual... What's going on? It says I have something new. Oh, there it is. It's in my albums. Oh, there you go. That's kind of interesting. I don't know what to do. Lethal dose? You guys want a lethal dose of... Oh, you know what? I forgot. Back out of this lobby. I don't want to be in this lobby. Like, I'm not the best player in the world. I know when there's people who aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. Ooh, got new stripes. But Chandelier, I like the Chandelier. Is that another fight me, bro? At me, King Fergie. At me right now, bro. How's your day, by the way? How you doing? So you were playing Dead by Daylight earlier. And I popped in for a little bit, but I just learned that you don't actually respond to anybody's messages, so I just pop in, wave, and pop out. Whoa, easy there. All right, I don't pop out like that. I guess Crash 24/7 is literally that map. You just do that 24/7. You just crash. Lol. Love, bro. We have to play Dead by Daylight again. Yeah, I know I need to do my geometry practices due today. Anybody want to do my geometry for me? I'm good. I'm sick, dude. I'm sick. Straight up sick. I'm only feeling alive now because I took a caffeine pill and I did another dose of Dayquil. Like, I took a Dayquil about like 3 hours ago and I freaking just started dying again. I was telling Sam, I'm like, yo, I'm like, I haven't even been awake for, even 8 hours and I'm already ready to pass out. It's freaking crazy. So, thanks for coming in and watching and listening, man. Why do I feel like they're coming from that direction? And why do I feel like, what in the actual... Dude, I don't want to be on this map anymore. Like, seriously, dude. The reason why I don't want to be on this map... Oh, no! Oh, that's my fault. Alright, I just want to shoot at this frick... Where is this plane? Why can I not shoot at it? Oh, dude. From behind, man. I am getting pwned in this map. It's really... I thought this map was pretty balanced, but... Since I've been playing it, it's already like a lost game, I feel like. Come on, dude. Hop. Hop. Fuck. Is there another spot they can run to that I just don't know about? Because I thought that was a dead end. Oh, fuck. It's committed suicide. It may be holding Charlie for right now, but we're getting our butts kicked. Oh. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go in here and we're gonna wipe everybody out. Everybody who exists in here. Oh no, never mind. That was a lie. I talked big for no reason. Nice. That's my own teammates. Oh! Oh! Ty's alive. Ty's alive. Cannot kill Ty. Alright, got an enemy. Where is he at? Oh! What the? Claymore? I bet that was a Claymore. No, he threw... Oh, he threw C4! Oh, I see. I see a 4 in my future. You guys serious? Seriously? Alright, I'm running away. I don't like this map. This map is fun, but it's harsh when your teammates are like, eh, you know? Oh, whoa! See, that's why my team are ish, because I'm dying. That's what's happening. I'll let the other team win. Well, capture C now, but I'm gonna get my butt kicked. So no one's here to help me out. I'm like, enemy what? Overhead? But yeah, no, I woke up at like 12-ish or something like that, because my dogs decided to wake me up. My cute doggos. Oh, what? Come on, man. He had me locked down, like, legit, like, he was ready for me. Oh. I messed up, man. Oh, dude, seriously? Man, these guys are just running all over us. They don't give a fuck who we are. Oh no, cruise missile? No! That hurts, man. Alright, well, I thought they were on A, but I was wrong. Question mark? Oh no! He's up in the building. Ah, they killed him though. That's good. Oh, you freaking... Dude. Get your trigger fingers out of here, man. Get your trigger fingers the hell out of here. Nobody wants your trigger fingers. And they almost had C. They almost had C, but apparently this VTOL's coming up in here. Oh no! Come on! I didn't have time to see him. I didn't know where the hell he was, dude. Man, this map sucks some dick, dude. Take this. Take all this, dude. Nobody wants you, man. Get the hell out of here. That's what I thought. Your VTOL's a piece of shit, dog. Oh, dude, I'm out of ammo already? Oof. Oof. Ugh. I bet those other guys are like, yo, I carried this team. Where the hell are you? I'm like, I'm dying, bro. Every time I look around, I be dying. I be dying. Did we win this game? Oh, I was the last one. No, we lost this game. It was defeat, dude. I don't even know. I gotta back out for a second, and we're gonna have to do some homework. Ooh, getting close to double XP. What up? I do have tokens available, XP tokens. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. All the nice. All the niceties. Yo. So, your day's going good, King Fergie. Thank you for popping in, man. What level are you at in Dead by Daylight right now, man? I feel like you should be a top player in Dead by Daylight, dude. So, you're rank 8. What? Were you rank 7 just the other day ago? This is my homework. I'm doing some geometry homework. Yeah, there you go. That's for us the shape of a rectangle. It's 21 meters long. Oh no. So that, yeah, King Freddy, I totally thought you were higher level already. Never say a game do it backwards rank where you start off like the lowest rank and then you go technically the highest numerical number and then you go to the lowest numerical number and that's your highest rank, which is really weird. Like, you know, it's usually, you know, left to right, 1 through 10. But Dead by Daylight was like, fuck you guys. Oh, sorry, I'll mute myself. Yeah, guys, right here is what you guys have been waiting for. The content of the year. The elusive, but unknown geometry homework from college. I'll turn up the music a bit. The shape of a rectangle. You must ask yourself. It's 21 meters long. King Fergie's crying. I don't know why you're crying. Don't cry. It's fine. Fine. I'll hug you and hold you. All right. We can make it through this. Right. I believe you, King Fergie. 21 meters long and 16 meters wide. What is the perimeter? Great. If I could remember how to do a perimeter. Isn't it literally just 12 by 12? No, that's area, isn't it? Yeah, well, see, this is how my brain, Bamba. You just add, Ty. Why are you trying to make things more difficult than it really needs to be? And my brain's way too complicated, guys. That's okay, King Fergie. I'll hold you. I'll hold you to sleep. All right. You can cry in my arms. It's fine. Totally very comforting. So this is a practice, right? But in my college class, they're like, this practice still counts points. So if you don't actually practice and do the 16 questions and get them right, it actually takes points off your grade. LOL. King Ferg. The Ferg King. Call you the Fergie King. So the King the Fergie. King Fergie the King. Figure below shows a rectangular court. Oh, dude, did you even notice, man? I finally made an affiliate. I was super stoked. So the figure below shows a rectangular court 93 feet by 79 feet. So we can find the perimeter first. That's easy. So it's just 93. I don't know why you can't just do like this, add, 79, or this. You know what I mean? Like that's what I got for perimeter, right? Is that correct? I wonder. So shoot. Alright, I'm gonna store this. Keep that in mind. Let's see. 93 plus 93 plus 79. If this breaks your brain, it's okay. Cause oh no, see, I would be wrong. I can't exponent by 2. Oh well. We're gonna put 344. Okay, so the area is usually what, like 93 times 2. Oh, I crap. Yep, I forgot how to do area. All right. This is why I am only in college geometry. It's college entry math. It's not entry math. I feel like it's a slightly above entry math, but it's like just it's called college mathematics. That's all it says. So they cover everything from statistics to triangles, sets. Sets were new. Sets were new to me. I didn't know what sets were. Areas 76 times 27. So, I'm thinking way too deep into these problems when I shouldn't be. Isn't that the... No, that's not the answer I got earlier. Oh, Ty's losing his mind. Strip of tape will be placed around a court. Which measure would be used in finding the amount of tape needed? Well, you don't want the area because the area gives you inside. You want the perimeter. You want to know how it goes along. The court will have a wood floor. Which measure would be? Yeah, we use area. What kind of questions are these? Wait. They wanted to know. They wanted which yeah. Is that feet 2? I'm losing my mind. Alright, so feet 2, and this would be wait, no, I'm losing my mind, am I? This is just feet, and this is just feet 2, right? Oh gosh, I can't even do anything straight right now. But okay, I was right. I forget, like, when you add things together, it stays the same amount of feet. No squared. If you times, you're squaring them. If you're doing volume, which is 3 different angles, 3 dimensions, well, times is 2 dimensions because you're doing the width and length. While perimeter, you're adding them into 1, which is all 1 length, one all height. So that's why you only do feet, right? I don't know. Just my thoughts on the project. Just shoot me. Board is 114 inches long. How long is in feet and inches? It wants to know how many feet and inches. I'm assuming you just take 114 divided by 12. This will tell you how many feet are in there. It's 9 feet and 5 inches. Okay. I wish it was 9 feet and 5 inches. That'd be great, right? Oh no, my bad. It's 12. No, 6 inches. 6 inches. Because half of a foot is 6 inches. Nice. Alright. Believe it or not, you can actually get problems wrong in the practice, and they'll make you redo the whole practice. Though you only have to do the questions you missed. But it'll be a different question, but the same area of questioning. So. But, Diameter Circle Park is 96 yards. You know, if you take the exam for this class, you're not allowed to talk during your exam. It's sad. And I sit here, I'll say all these out loud, and so I can hear myself. Find the exact circumference and area of the park. Write your areas in terms of pi. Make sure that. Okay, I didn't know this is what they did, but to find the exact circumference, you keep it at pi. But if you want the approximate, you pretty much put pi in there, like, you know, the 3.14, and then times it by whatever, and that gives you an approximate of the circumference. I'm just talking my head off right now. The caffeine's kicked in, so don't judge me. Find the circumference. Circumference is usually radius times pi, right? Hey, I said stop moving. Yeah, it's radius times pi. Squared. Radius squared times pi. So, the radius is whatever, 96 divided by 2, which is 48. Which is 2304. And then you can just put it as this. This right here. That's it. That's all you had to do. Just put pi, and you found it. To find the area, I think it's radius. Radius. What is it? What is it? I can't even think off the top of my head. See, not the brightest light bulb. That's a circle. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I did the area. I was supposed to do this. It's radius. So 2 times radius, 2 times pi times radius. But in this case, since we're only doing the exact one, we just want to take the 2 times the radius, which would be 96. They literally just write 96 here. 96 pi. That's it. That's it. That's done for. Like, because watch. Hold on. Let me go back. Right. This is 48. This is the radius we found out. Right. You times that by 2. It's 96. yeah, this is what I'd say. I think too far into things. Way too far into things. So to find the area, we need to do it was this one. Oh, hold on. No. Ah, fine. Alright. There was 2. And then that gives us 2 and 3. This is our area. I mixed up my, I mixed up my stuff. We'll just say that. Approximate circumference and area of the area. So all you have to do to find the approximate is, like I said, figure this out. Take 96, and then find the pi for 96, which is 301, and then want me around to the nearest 100. I have to remind myself of the nearest 100 if it was all the time. Hey babe, it says you're still playing COD. Oof. I mean, it's technically still in the background. Does that count? I mean, I just literally show people. You know? I thought I changed it, but apparently not. Oh, I don't. I talked on him for a whole minute before I noticed Sam sent me the message. So and then you do 2304 times pi. And that gives you 77238.23 because you gotta round it up. After this one, I'll hop back to COD real quick. Actually, let me actually go back to COD right now, and I will get another match going. I hate this. I've been loving Crash 24/7. At the same time, I really hate myself because it hurts. It hurts in so many different ways. I destroy 5 kill streaks while using Cold-Blooded. Do I even have that set up yet? No, I don't even have Cold-Blooded. I haven't been using it. Oh man, I hate Cold-Blooded. Maybe restock? Recharge equipment over 30 seconds. What do you mean? What is this? Throwing knives can recharge 1 extra knife. Stem recharges twice as fast. Oh, it just recharges them faster. Okay. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Alright. Well, this is the ghost. See enemy equipment filled with grenades. Advanced UAVs cannot be marked. Okay. Oh, I guess I could try. I don't understand this one. I've tried the tracker before, and the tracker never really quite shows. Faster weapon swap and do not affect swapping the pistols and knives. Tune up. Okay. Let's try a spotter. I feel like spotter would be pretty useful. We'll keep with the stem. I like the thermite. Should I just do Claymore? I feel like I'm gonna camp more on this map, to be honest. Unfortunately, this is how it is at the moment. They're gonna hate me. I'm just gonna do this. People are gonna they're gonna be like, whatever with the Claymores. Let's see, let's go Crash. Alright. Ready, guys? Ready for this toxicity of life right now? Oh, gosh, I forgot. I gotta turn that off. Oh, I'll turn that music down again. Babe, like, disappeared. Whoa. Why are you yelling at me? I know it's 5 o'clock. Let's see, here, I will turn off the capture display. There, now I know when I'm going into the map or not. Park will be covered by artificial turf, which measure with area. Road will place circumference. So, who would ever make a park that's round? My answer is partially correct. No! What could be right? What could be wrong? Isn't that the question? Oh, I forgot that. I forgot to put. Shoot. Circumference. Area should be No, I don't remember which ones to use. Oh, I give up. The X's can put. Whoa, whoa, easy there. Easy, guys. There can be only one Marina. It's so weird. Why are they glowing? It's weird. Like they glow in the box. We got a glow in a box skin, guys. It's amazing. Oh, will this be okay? Will we do it right? I don't really like spawning on this side of the map. It's pretty bad, to be honest. I fucked up. I fucked up. I don't know why I mounted. Ugh. My brain. It died in a hole. I put the claymore in the wrong spot. Didn't know where I spawned. Gotta pick this claymore. Can't find myself. Don't forget that you're just another neat. Nice. Bye. Save yourself. Jeez. Why are you so useless sometimes? Ooh. Oh, whoa. I didn't take damage? Can't believe I didn't take damage. Yo, dead silence. Negating that fall damage. I don't know what to do with myself. Oh. Friendly UAV overhead? Oh. Alright. Try not to die, Ty. What? I just saw him here. The map. Apparently I can't see. I meant to reload. Oh yeah, dead silence is back up. We're running with the wind. You can't stop me. Oh yeah, kill him, dude. Kill him. Nice. Oh, dude, they gotta be behind me now. Oh. Dude, that's brutal. Oh, come on, dude. That was a free shot into there, man. There's no way they dodge that, man. Yeah, let's take it. Oh, Ty, you're gonna die. Why? Don't do this, Ty. Don't die. Nice. No, Ty. Oh, no. Watch him die. God, Briggs. I believe in you, Briggs. You can do it. But the reason why I've been dying all the time is because I'm not high on NyQuil enough. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's not ready yet. Oh, dude. Ahaha! Was that my own teammate that died in front of me? Someone tell me. I know where I'm at now. Okay. Nice, dude. Come on, guys. Nice. Long shot kill. I forgot I saw claymores. F my life, dude. F my life. Come on, man. Come on, pop around the corner. Oh, you got me, dude. You got me, dude. Nice! Now I'm out of ammo. That sucks. Whoop. Oh, what? I'm out of claymores? That's unbelievable. Yeah, I forget I can pick these damn claymores up every time I put them down. You know that? I'm disappointed in you, mother truckers. You could have done better in your life, and you're sitting here dying left and right. What do you guys think you're doing? Seahorse dropped in for a bit in the. Hey, Bebo.
My mom should be home in 3 hours.
Oh, only 3 hours?
Yeah.
Wow, what tea you bring me, Bebo? It's amazing.
Your favorite tea.
My favorite tea? It's a lie. There's no such thing as my favorite tea.
Lies. Anyways, I just poured it, so let's...
Hey, yo, I totally forgot I even had that tea. Come here and give me a kiss. Walk out. Hey, look at the bubbles!
Put the water change on the big thing.
Okay. Hold on, guys. We're switching back to homework. Yo, I don't know. I've been doing really good on this map, but, like, it's confusing on how...
Goodbye.
Old friends, new money, that's the motto. Sip a little more, get the message out the bottle. Don't care if you get mad, free to collo. Probably need some molly, like a hard pill to swallow. Them other girls hollow, they fuck for a follow. Anything to make it, they will beg, steal, and borrow. Botox from the doc that be paying the bills. Out in Beverly Hills, the place where nothing is real. Yeah. Sometime, meet me offline, but we can do things that they do in real life, yeah. Sometime, meet me outside, but we can do things that they do in real life, yeah. We can do things that they do in real life, yeah. You probably think we're so tight. I really hate you sometimes. I hope you live your best life, or you can watch me live mine. You probably think it's alright. I really hate you sometimes. I'm not pretending we're fine. You don't even see me offline. If one more person at this party asks me for some drugs, I'ma give them a hug and say you doing too much. While we all in a rush, why can't we just have fun? Think we really in touch? And then you read up on what happened to Mac Miller. These painkillers numbing the wrong feelings. And nowadays the hospital drug dealing, it's never what it seems when it's dream unfulfilling. Sometime, meet me offline, but we can do things that they do in real life, yeah. Sometime, meet me outside, but we can do things that they do in real life, yeah. We can do things that they do in real life, yeah. You probably think we're so tight. I really hate you sometimes. I hope you live your best life, or you can watch me live mine. You probably think it's alright. I really hate you sometimes. I'm not pretending we're fine. You don't even see me offline, 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 offline. Hands up, head first down the slide. Let's make a toast, pour it up over ice. Stop acting like we close, don't tag me in the post. You can find me in my mind, I don't need to be online. Sometime, meet me offline, but we can do things that they do in real life, yeah. You probably think we're so tight. I really hate you sometimes. I hope you live your best life, or you can watch me live mine. You probably think it's alright. I really hate you sometimes. I'm not pretending we're fine. You don't even see me offline.
Hello, this is your pilot. Just want to let you know, buckle in as we're about to go for a ride. Please obey the flight attendant's cautionary stories as we are about to take off. And it helps if I put the right scene on. Let's see. I'm about to give this a I gotta give this a hotkey real quick. Hold on, guys. I gotta get a hotkey for this. Cancel. Oh, Maple. The settings here. You gotta get this down. Did my sound count up for a bit? It's probably because I'm not talking loud enough, so. Maple is a dork. Hold on. Where are we at? Where is this at? Is there an easier way to give hotkeys? Oh, here we go. Probably name these better. Hold on, come on. Yes. I see that. That's great. Oh, there it goes. No, this is D2. What the hell is D2 again? Hold on, there should be something above it that says something else. Like display capture? That'd be great, you know? Oh, here it is. Why is it all backwards? What in the actual crap is this, man? Alright, Alright, let's do this. We can make this work, guys. So now when I do this... Yes, I'm still here. Don't log me out. Oh! That wasn't me! You see me? I'm gonna hide! Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I picked the wrong thing. Why, guys? How do I change the hotkey on there? That hurts my feelings. I'm sad. I'm gonna hide. Oh. That's just. I thought that was. Oh, never mind. Okay. See what I did. Here we go. Found the right one. And this is to hide it. Alright. There we go. Homework's back up, guys. We are ready. Maple, get the snuffing out of here, doggo. Circumference. Everything should be yard 2. Just answer all the questions. Oh. Circumference. Oh, this is just partially correct. The answer is incorrect. This is partially correct. So which one's wrong, which one's right? Exact circumference. To find circumference, we need to know pi and radius, right? But 2 times, yeah, that's right. So exact area. To find the exact area, we need to do this right here. Area equals pi r2. So we know 96 divided by 2 is 48. When we do this to it, we get 2304. Okay. So when I do this times pi, we get 72. So that was right. If you want to find the times pi. Maybe just Gase. Oh, that's right. What the heck? Am I wrong? See, the park will be covered by artificial turf. Which measure would be finding the amount we need? The area right there. So, am I missing something, guys? Hold on. COD has HW missions now. LMO. Wait. What are you talking about HW missions? Confused. You got me confused, bro. Bro, you have to explain yourself, man. Explain yourself, okay? Because they've always had different missions. Are you talking about the hardcore? HC? You said hit R. Homework? That's homework missions now. Yeah, well, duh. Come on, man. You can't just do one or another. Switches over the game. Yeah, I have it running in the background. Like I'm ready. Like I'm ready to go. I like someone else named John come play with me, bro. How you doing, though, man? How's your day? I wish COD had homework involved in it. You know what I mean? Ugh. It'd be amazing, dude. You're good, man? Yeah? Oh, I saw you were playing some Rust earlier, weren't you? About to break in my new overlay. Ooh, bro, I want to see the new overlay, man. Give me that sexiness. Oh, and I have your file ready to go. Nice. I'll just send it to my email, bro. I'll pop it up. I'm excited to see it, man. And I know in ways I can repay you, but dude, I really want to repay you. I'm trying to figure out why this says partially incorrect. Like I'm doing something wrong, and I'm like, I know I'm not doing anything wrong because it's literally this is the area. It's pi times radius to the second square. Don't you dare what? Don't I dare what? Repay you for your kindness, dude? I definitely fucking pay you kindness. You dared me to do it, now I have to do it, dude. It won't be the day. It might not even be tomorrow. It might not even be the end of this month, man. All right. I'll hit you when you're not ready for it, okay? Oh. So I'm already gonna cry enough as this. See, maybe put these wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about those. See, a park will be covered by artificial turf. Well, you need to know the inside of the turf. Rope would be placed around the park. You need to know the circumference, right? Yo, and you guys seeing something that I'm not seeing? I'm like sitting here confused. How? So we know this is 96. Exact circumference is. That's what it has to be, right? Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. All right, so let me take you to the formulas right here. This is the circumference, right? It's 2 times pi times the radius. So in this case, to get the exact circumference, you would just do 2 times the radius. See, like they did here, they just hold on, that's the circumference. Exact area. So this is the area. So you just do 2 times 46, and that gives you 92. That's the exact. Oh, this is feet. That's why I messed up. This isn't supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. It's just okay. It's supposed to be yards, and then this is. Alright. Oh yeah. All right. That's why I was messing up. I was messing up this. I literally didn't see. Haha. Voila. I was putting yard square when it didn't need to be yard square. Alright. Give me one more second. I'm gonna do this, and then we'll get back to COD. I promise. All right. See, like, it's still there in the background. It's just it's still waiting there. Just enjoy COD. Zenith's over here dying, man. Really just need me. I locked my dog in here with me. He's cute. He's taking a nap under the chair. Training field is formed by joining a rectangle and 2 semicircles, as shown below. Watch. Let me just get back to this. So this is easy. What you really want to do is you want to find the area of the training field. So you want to find the rectangle first, and then you want to find the area of the two circle areas. You're just gonna treat these two as a circle, and then you're gonna treat this as a rectangle. And it's pretty easy otherwise. So we already know the radius of the circle is 62, so we can assume that they're both gonna be the same. You know. So we find the circumference. Now we can take the radius. We want to find the area. Which is 62. If I jeez. What? Here, thank you. I need a geometry. Thank you. I forget. I forget all the time. Cylinder doesn't make any sense. I want. Okay, circle. Let's do a circle. So this is area, but it's radius. Okay, so the radius 62 divided by 2 equals 31. We're gonna do this. So it's 961. 961 is our area of a circle here for both sides. So I'm just treating them as the same circle, so 961. They want to find the area of the training field, so 961. We're going to store this one. We're going to clear this. Now we need to find out that area of. So, what is the area? How do we find the area again? My brain is trickling away. Area is length times width. Okay, so cool. We could do 97 times 62. That will give us our. Sorry if I seem rough. Yes, I am rough. Real rough. And then I want to add it by the circle. I want to add that. That should give us 6,975, and that would be meters squared because we're using two different dimensions. Round your answer to the nearest hundredth. What do you mean round my answer to the nearest hundredth? What is that? Earth? Did I do something wrong then? I didn't feel like I did anything wrong. So we know 62. 62 divided by 2 is 31. We need to do this. Oh, I forgot to do the radius. Oh, they want to know the exact. Oh, times the radius. So that's 3,000. So we're gonna round this up to 3.07 plus. Well, hold on, cause I gotta save this. I forgot pi goes into the damn circle. Whoops. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna beat myself up inside. But thanks, Zenith, for hopping in. King Fergie and whoever else is watching, man. Don't forget to drop a follow. Watch and laugh at my silliness every day. I know everyone's sitting here like, why is he doing homework or not COD? Like, all I hear is judgment, man. Don't blame me. I just added these two. I don't know why. Got times these two. Okay, and then add. There we go. Recall that. Cool. This is what it's supposed to be. This is the actual answer, guys. I was just toying with you. I just wanted to see if anybody was paying attention. Alright? You can't see me right now. I'm looking you dead in the eyes. And I'm telling you, your life is forfeit. Fucking leaving. Alright. We got a question. It's very niche content. I know what I signed up for when I subbed. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I give the best content, alright? Dude, but you need to hop in COD, man. I love what's going on right now. They have a new map and stuff. Yo, I should be using this double tokens. I don't know why I'm not. Hell about the battle pass, dude. They got new operators, dude. You got Mara here. Honestly, I don't really like Mara, to be honestly. I feel like they made her emo, but then they made her look like she's like a 50-year-old woman. But you look at him, like you look at the other operators, and they look like they're in like like the 20s, like they're like late 20s, man, maybe 30. You know, I just feel like they weren't that nice to her. I feel like they need to up her. If I know Mara would look that way, I would have told him not to waste a breath. Dude, how the earthly idea? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Marked for the team. What do you mean marked for the team? Someone marked it or I marked it? Oh, oh, nice. Okay. I didn't know you can naturally mark things while looking down your scope. Oh, dude, I saw him sitting there. I saw him sitting there, right? No one said I didn't see him. You can't say that. Oh, dude. Oh, man, I was not ready for that. You think I should have been, but I wasn't. You know what I mean? And this game is hard, dude. This game brings challenges to the very existence, man. Ah, I just shot my own teammate. That was a moron move, dude. Dude, he probably hates my life right now. Oh, jeez Louise, man. When do I forget that I have freaking claymores? I'm using claymores. I thought they'd be great in this game, and they sort of are. They sort of are great in this game. Only issue is Ty. You forget you have them. Nice, nice. Oh, jeez Louise, Ty. I'm waiting for... Oh, dude. Lost that prevented. I joined in progress. Yeah, I joined in progress. Look at this, dude. Actually, it's not even that bad of a game. No, forget me. Alright, right. Well, while the next one's loaded, where we're gonna go. I'm doing homework in the background, okay? So people like Zenith don't judge me, okay? I still doing homework. It's just in the background. Science fair poster is a rectangle 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. Some of the entry rules for the fair refer to the area of posters in square inches. Use effects to find its area in square inches. So square inches, I'm assuming, is 12 inches. So 1 foot equals 12 inches. Hey, Zenith, stop judging me, alright? I feel like I always use the judge. Oh, I was probably just left out lobby. Probably should have just left if I saved it anyways. Oh, someone shoot me. When I noticed I made the mistake. Lately, the teams I've been playing with have been crap. So hopefully they're not bad this time. Ow! Oh, you guys heard that, right? I just popped my neck like 3 times. Look at these guys. They're glowing. They're glowing. Someone named himself Big Brains. Baby Brains. Okay. No one says online guy. I'm freaking done with you, dude. You freaking leave me, man. Come on, run faster, dude. Why am I not running faster, man? Come on. Oh, you fucking serious? I can't fucking jump up the window. Oh, what? How did he still survive? Oh, we're playing objectives. Oops. Magma! Come back here, dude! Thanks, dude! Oh, dude. Oh, I didn't know you can hide behind her. That's nice. Too bad I can't, like... Hop? Oh, almost made it! Oh! Oh! Oh, shit! This is where you get good content, boys. This is where you get good content. The best content. Oh, Kingslayer! Tie! Yeah, I didn't know they were bombing me. Assholes. Assholes. How dare they bomb me like that? Bruh. Come on, where are they? I know they're over there. Can't fucking lie to me. Oh, shit! Just wasted all my rounds. Nice, marked them. Oh crap! Oh, they're gonna get blown away. Oh no, no, then they survived. Oh, they survived for a second. So this guy blew them away. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, he disappeared. He disappeared. Oh, panicked. Panic a little, okay? Oh no! I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, oh, oh! Alright, well, F me. F me and CK. Oh! Dude, this is a bad spawn sometimes, man. Oh, crap. Oh, no! Oh! No! Oh! Jeez, guys. I freaking died. Yeah, I didn't say my teammates were smart, man. Oh, fudge! They got me from the other side. Oh, my heart. Jeez, Louise, guys. Will you guys just capture part of the map? That'd be great. Look at me! I'm freaking miserable! Ah, you guys can't see me. Oh, jeez. That hurt. Oh, 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 oh. I wish I could see people through the... Oh! Oh! Screaming! Ah! 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 Scream! Oh shit! They took him out! They took him out! Oh, they took him out! They took him out! Oh, we're done for, guys! We're done for! I'm freaking out! I'm freaking out! What in the earth? What in the earth? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm glitching. Just kidding. Totally me just sitting here. Oh, crap. Could have shot somebody. Hardpoint contested. Oh. Oh, dude! We just sitting there, man. That was not smart of him, dude. I'm just kidding. He's doing fine. Dude, where's all my good content, man? Next hardpoint? It's behind me. Fudge. This guy, I think he put it on the outside. That's what you see. What you see. Oh no! Got me. Oh, my life. It's so short. What is this guy doing? What are you doing, dude? Dude, what are you doing, dude? What the hell, dude? Get out of there, dude. This is why we're dying, man. This is why we're dying. Come on, man. Where's our sword at, man? Where's this? Oh, dude. Oh! Oh no! He thermited me! He thermited me! Watch this! Oh, that's rough. That's rough, dude. Let's see. There it is. Wow. That's a snap us. That's a snap us. When's a good bombing when you need one, eh? I love this egg. Open the doors quietly has helped me out a lot. I think I'm about to go back to thermite grenades. Hold on. Cause I thought the claymores would help me out a lot, but we're playing a different type of game than I've been playing the last one, so let's just do thermite. Dude. I love when people come around corners like that. Oh, there he is. Alright. Thank you for coming around the corner. Let's see, anybody else want to come around the corner? I could use some practice. I need some practice. My marksmanship is a little off today. A little off today. Oh. The shop is right there, I believe. No, that's the apartment? No, I'm at the apartment. Hardpoint contested. Oh no. Don't contest my hardpoint. How dare you? Oh, I forgot I didn't spawn with a new one yet. There, so I still have the claymores. Edit it, and then I didn't think about it. Oh, yes. Let's go. I got dead silence on. No one can hear me. Oh no! I had his number in. I should have. No, cause. Oh. Yeah, he's using a pistol in his hand. That kind of hurt, man. They spawned me right in the middle of that. You're freaking serious right now, dude. Oh, we can see where everyone's at now. Nice. Yeah, we need to catch this. Oh no, we've been doing fine. Oh no, Ty! Our teammate's been on the douche. Big baby brains. Baby brains? I'm gonna change your name to Big Brains. Oh, what? Why did it not change my loadout? Why do I still have claymores? How am I supposed to live my life? I still don't know where the cafe is, to be honest. Oh. I got BS'd. That was a bullshit. He killed him before I could kill him. That wasn't fair. Where is he at? Where is he at? Come on. I only got 25 assists for that. Oh! Alright. We'll take it. We'll take it. Oh, we won! Woohoo! My dog's still sleeping underneath my chair. So I was shooting at one guy. And he ran backwards, so I couldn't get him. I was like, damn it. I just assume everyone who's ever watching my stream always can see what's going on. You overlay, me next. I'm ready. I'm ready for you, Zenith. Are you ready? Are you ready to stream tonight? I don't think you are, bro. I don't think you are ready. Bro's gonna be lit tonight. Yeah, retweet that. 5:30 PST. Oh, dude, you're going at it right now, man? Dude, how am I supposed to watch you, bro? You're really not. You're not really not ready for tonight. That's fine. You should be though. You know why? Because you're an amazing streamer. And keep the fucking stream going. Delama's telling me, man, you need to stream with people, dude. Not just Rust, man. In half hour. Oh yeah, for me it's already 5:40, 5:54 already. Back to my homework here. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I didn't say how high to jump yet. You can't call me yes, sir, until I tell you how high to jump. Nah, I'm actually looking for games to play besides Rust. Good, good. What the fuck are you gonna play though, dude? Let's play some Uno together. Oh, dude, you should play marbles. You should play marbles. I'll play marbles with you. We do marbles. I love streaming marbles. All my bowls. I do co-stream. 3 foot long and 2 foot wide. Dude, do marbles, dude. Go. Yeah, you play Uno. Go, Google marbles. Dude, how do you not know what marbles is? Look up marbles on stream, right? It'll bring you to the download. You need to download marbles on stream. Marbles on stream is a freaking amazing game. Right? You're literally just playing marbles. Like you're a kid. And it's just going down these slides and stuff, and you legitimately, like, this game has nothing else besides you sitting there watching it and watching to see if your marble wins, but it's so addicting. Because if you win, you know, like, in my matches and stuff like that, you can literally go and win Corgi points, and your Corgi points you can spend it on things. Oh, come on, am I a thermite? Did I change something that I just don't remember? Oh, dude, and it helps if I go the right direction. I was hoping to hit somebody with that thermal grenade, but I just got screwed instead. Oh, crap! They just ran in the back. I can't believe them. Yeah, my marbles, dude. You just literally play marbles, like it's an actual marble. Oh, great. I hate when they spawn me across the map and then my teammates are, like, with me. Oh. Are we playing Team Deathmatch? Yeah, we're playing Team Deathmatch. Oh, why am I still shooting? Jeez, Ty. Special moments. We're playing. Oh. Okay. Nobody wants to fight? Nobody wants to fight? Okay, no, never mind. Oh, crap. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just gonna spray and pray sometimes. It just works really well. Oh, no! Yeah, dude, look up marbles on the stream, man. It's freaking bomb. You get people to hop in that, like, you never seen before. All because they want to play marbles. You actually can rank up on marbles, too. It's like COD, but for stream. They fucking mowed him down. Oh, yeesh. That was harsh, dude. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Screw now. They got a radar. I don't want to be in the middle of the map. Get me out of the middle of the map. Whew. Guys, I'm scared. Yeah! Oh, seriously, I only got 25 assists for that. Oh no, he was sitting over there. I didn't check. I didn't check to make sure he was there. You look it up. Zenith, let me know when you looked up marbles. Alright. Oh! I got one of them. I'll take one. That's like a 1.5 KDA for me, right? Oh, crap. We're blowing this place up. Oh, dude! I heard you, Magma! Magaga. Make America great again? Is that what they are? I wonder if that's the clan. Oh, that guy was stupid. I don't know why he was just standing there. Oh no! There was like 3 of them back there. Yeah, see, there's like that guy behind that guy. Come on, dude, close the door! Close the door! Close the goddamn door! What were you thinking? You left the door wide open! Mother trucker! Oh, yeah, downstairs. Screw, Ty. Screw because you're not paying attention. Where is he at? Where is he at? Oh, watch. Oh. No! Zenith, bro, you're supposed to let me know. Oh, oh. Yeah, that's always nice when you have someone that's not paying attention. Oh. I ran out of lethal ammo. That sucks. Yeah, that was stupid of me, okay? Oh, yes! The one time I decided to hop down, I had to care about this marbles thing, man. My B. Yeah, it's your B. But, dude, come on, man. I know you're judging it a little bit. And you have every right to, but... Oh, son of a... Oh, goodness, guys. Oh, goodness. I'm shooting my own teammates. So my finger got stuck. I didn't know what to do. Dude, you should do the marbles thing, man. I know you're judging it low-key hardness, but, like, dude, let's be honest. I just missed that guy. I missed that guy in front of me. That's how bad you're gonna miss marbles, alright? You're gonna freaking love it, alright? It has its place in the world. There's a reason why marbles exist. Alright? Oh! He saw me. He saw me good. He probably heard me, to be honest. Oh! Save yourself, Ty! You save yourself! Oh, dude, this is a nice spot. Oh, no, I couldn't get up there in time. Oh. Oh! Dude, what the heck? I'm shooting! Dude, I just died back where he found me. Nice. Take this, enemy team! So I gotta pee. Oh, I gotta back on this. Oh, we're so close to winning. I'm warm too. No, the cute dog goes by me, guys. I can't move. Oh yeah, I did disturb the suit. I lied. I disturbed the seat. Ooh, I like the new monolithic suppressor. Suck it, guys. Suck it. Ooh, almost up to my next one. Okay, I gotta back out. I gotta. Ooh, ooh, oof, oof. Big oof, oofs, guys. Big oofs. All right. Oh. Ha ha ha! You're locked in here, doggo. You can never make a great escape into great unknown because you're not allowed to. That's all that matters. Alright, I'm back. Oof. You play Gato FO with us? Ha 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 ha. What the hell's GTFO? What the hell's GTFO? I have no clue what GTFO is, bro. Let's see. Oh, why did I do that? That's bad guy. Ooh, got a new one. Nice. Mark Thermal Mark. Survival co-op game. Interesting. Monolithic suppressor. Ooh, increases your range. And accuracy increased a little bit. Your mobility is decreased though. Can't run around as much as you used to. You're saying I'm getting old? Is that what you're saying? Look, mobility goes right back up the compact barrel. Oh, this gun's nasty, you know what I mean? But survival horror co-op game. How much does it cost? And why is it so good? Because I think a Deceit is a co-op game. Horror. What is it even about? Oh, it's to get the out game? Is that what it is? GTFO? I like the blue one. It's pretty. Kills one man. IDK is super popular on Twitch right now. That's weird. You know, game I'm dying. That's You don't know how to get it though. Oh, bro, you're killing me right now, man. You're killing me right now. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Oh, got timed out. Homework timed me out. Ooh. What is... Is that what it is? Right? Oh, no, I've seen this game. It's on Steam. So it's on Steam. You can get it on Steam. No, I don't want to do cookies. Thank you. But you don't know how to... Got me confused, bro. How do you not know how to get it if it's on Steam? Let's see. We'll move this. Everything is breaking. Store. But hey, if you're not sure about the marbles game, I can play marbles right now. That'd probably help me with homework right now. You want to see a button to purchase? Which? Is this the right one? Am I looking at the right one? This isn't the one. This doesn't look anywhere near the one. Hold on. Is it? Maybe it's just GTFO. Good, I'm trying to figure this out. I will figure this out. This will be done. Some. Oh, it's a beta? No, it shouldn't be in beta. Oh, its planned release date is 2019. So it should be out already. When? Yeah, I found the right game now. Early access, not release. Huh. So if we go back, they did the beta. The English language is not supported. How does he already own this game? Oh, network testing. Uh, no. So this is how you get it. You have to get the beta. You have to agree to the terms. Yeah, no, I'm actually reading the terms, believe it or not, it actually happens. 16. I have to get homework done. Stockholm. Oh, I thought I'd be in here. Oh, I guess you can't get it yet. I SMS'd him a small release of it. Some people, not everybody. I mean, he's already playing it, so I don't know why. Can't pick it up too. Beyond me. So I'm assuming you can't. Available. Like, you need to do the beta? You need to go to beta to this? It's press kit. Press kit? No, that's not what I care about. Do they have a wiki on it? That's funny. It's a 10 Chambers ambassador. Oh, interesting. Huh. I'll do it. I'll have to do it next time. Gotta wait until it comes out. I'm starting to lose my edge. My caffeine's running out. I'm going sicker and sicker. Getting iller and iller. That's what I mean. I'm the illest, the realest. Gotta get the fillest. Whew. Ain't gonna stop me because I'm the realest. What's going on? Oh, okay. It took me to the beginning of all. Look here. It's the one we have to keep hitting continue. Sun's fair posters rectangular, 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. Some of the entry rules for the fair refer to the area. Poster and square inches. Use effects to find its area in square inches. So, one, you guys pick every we gotta fix this. We gotta fix this because we know there's 12 square inches in 3 feet. So, well, 12 inches in 3 feet in 1 foot. Blah 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 blah. I totally did that wrong. It's supposed to be times 3. Sorry. Don't judge my math skills. Just understand that I may or may not be. Okay, times recall 36 inches. Does that even look right? Does that even look right, guys? Okay. It does look right. We want to find the area. Alright? Yeah, area. 164 square inches. Boom! Bada bang! That's what I'm talking about. Imaginary machine guns. Actually, better yet, I'll fire my lasers. Boom! Oh. Oh! Oh, I'm dying. I forgot to actually set up my laser stream here. Actually, it didn't even pop up in chat, did it? No, what's going on? My stream elements messed up. My stream elements is not working. I wish they did a new agreement or something. You can do Mixer now. What? Oh, you guys know this is happening. My life is done for. Alright, now let's test this. Let's give this a real test. A real test. What? What's going on? Why is my stream elements not... Excuse me. Where's my stream elements at? Killing me right now, dude. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. There it goes. That's the stream element, bro. I don't know what's going on with you guys. You guys know what's going on? Anyone else have been having issues with this? There it goes. Now it's fine. Didn't even hear it. Didn't even hear it one bit. Hold on. What's going on, guys? It'll fire away. Nothing. Not a single thing. Didn't hear a thing, guys. It was quieter than Johnny's Chiquitos. Yo, seriously. That's what my OBS not showing up. Your OBS decides not to work. It's not. I don't think it's even sending this off. I'm a sad puppy. Let's see. What if I go here? Should still work. I'm not even hearing none of this. What is going on? You know what it is? What is this? The Chrome should be making out sound. It's not making out sound. It's supposed to. Oh, cheap shots. This takes at me every time. You know that? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Now maybe this will work now. No, it does not. Oops. I can't hear it. You guys can't hear it. I can. Scheduling. Oh man. Yeah, you guys need to check out my emotes in Discord. I still don't know why this is not working. Should just redeem the sounds as I want. It's been a pain. A pain in the Batukis. Now I'm redeeming things the way it should be, but
Denied.
see that works. That's amazing. Something's going on with my computer. I think my computer crap. That's why I'm not getting into my sounds like it's supposed to be. Up in sound settings. Fix this. So embarrassing, guys. He is so love me. Eh. Okay, that's working how it's supposed to. Uh-huh. See, you've done this to me, huh? How dare you? Everything I've done. Can't believe this. So you come to hear that I'm just not the one. Alright, come on. Oh. The dog is snoring. Did you guys hear him? Oh, man. Apparently Kappa's gonna shoot me down. Alright, I'll figure out how to fix it later. Can't believe my dog snored that loud. Swim race has a total of 30 meters. Miles. Oh, Zenith is streaming. Stream Zenith. So we have 3 miles. We want to mark the course at 125 yards with a buoy. A buoy. So first we need to know how many miles. So I'm going to assume this is it. So it's 30 times. Wait, hold on. No, that's not right. Undo that. This cancels out. 30 times. Am I right? Am I wrong? Oh, hold on. Oh. No, this is right, right? This. Alright, and then that's feet. We want to get rid of feet again and make it yards. Gonna murder her. I don't even know if I did this right. Oh crap! I did it! I did it, guys! I got it right! I'll cry. Yeah, you know when I really want to cry. Oh, my dog is snoring. Dose of drug is critical. Too small a dose may not treat a patient effectively, while too much cause serious side effects. Nurse must give a patient 30 milligrams of a drug for each kilogram of the patient's mass. Patient weighs 132 pounds. How many milligrams of drug should be given? Is 1 kilogram equals 2.2 pounds. Do not round in complications. So first we gotta take the 132 pounds and we have to translate it into a kilogram. So if we know, so I'm just gonna take the 132 divided by the 2.2 pounds. That should give us 60 kilograms. 60 kilograms times 30 milligrams. Oh, yeah, right? 1800? 1800 milligrams?
Yeah.
Ah! I forgot I had that. Oh, jeez, Ty. Boom, 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 boom. No clue what I'm doing in life, guys. I'm just here. Streaming for your satisfaction, right? Oh. Why did this even bring me into this? I'm ready to shoot somebody. go say hi to Zone for a quick. Guys, listen to beat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2 months.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay, so found out what we're gonna play. It's multiplayer, player, like that.
We talk about what we're gonna play.
Mad echo going on. Oh, that's where. Okay, I had like a little widget box in your stream.
Oh. Yeah. Got you on my phone right now.
Many things are going on right now. Okay, we downloaded Desolate, or we tried to. I think it's almost ready to play. Yeah, it's ready to play right now. Love you, goofball. Hold up, what? Oh yeah, 2 months. Love you, goofball.
Love you, good balls, Randall, because it's me.
Oh, okay. Now I had a widget, like a little side box, playing my stream while I was on August 8th. And then I have your stream pulled up as well here. But yeah, we're playing Desolate today. We're getting spooky. Okay, we're about a month late. That's fine.
Destiny?
Also, I guess the Air Force is now doing or trying to get an esports team together, or something with esports. I'm gonna pull it up here.
Just like college football. I can't spell, guys.
I can. I got all this crap.
Air Force Esports!
Are you still streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm still streaming. Sitting here.
You are, you salty dog.
I wish I did esports when I was in the Air Force.
Okay, no. They call it football. Yes. Yeah. Alright, so...
Alright, I need to finish my homework.
Oh. I don't know what August is. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Maples! Oh, guys, if you've never seen my corgi, you should see my corgi.
Yes, I got it. I'm there.
I'm gonna mute you. Oh.
Air Force. This is the hot topic of last day.
I'm just gonna Discord them.
You probably think we're so tight. I really hate you sometimes. I hope you live. You probably think
Sometimes. Hey, can you hear me? Because I can't hear you. Oh, okay. So I thought you were saying they were trying to get Air Force Esports up, bro.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, then why do you seem surprised?
I think they're already up, but I've been getting links. They're trying to get more people to get into streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's like a whole thing that's they're supposed to like help with recruiting and stuff like that. But this is nuts, dude.
I mean, it would help out with recruiting. Cause shit, if I'd known they were starting esports and Air Force when I joined, I would have been there. Like, hell yeah. Because that's all they do. But I mean, you still have to do college on top of it, so and still serve. But
Yeah.
like
What's up?
I was just gonna say, in the end, like like you're just playing video games and actually having money. So, but anyways, what were you gonna say?
Pretty cool, man. But yeah,
Anyways.
we downloaded Desolate. I don't know if it's how many players is this game actually?
Oh, it's Desolate. I thought you were saying Destiny. Like, for some reason, everything you were saying on your stream, I cannot pick up any of it. Like, it's coming out, like... It's like, your sound's fine, but my brain is not processing what you're saying until I called you. I'm pretty much high off of Dayquil and caffeine, so... That's the only way I'm functioning right now. That's why I don't have my camera on, because I'm just sitting here, I'm just gonna watch me drool out and... nose burgers everywhere. Just I'm like, just want to relax.
Where the hell they go? Oh, they're right there. Why are they in a separate window? What the heck?
You know OBS updated, right?
Did it? To where your audio
Yeah.
are in a different fucking tab?
Your audio mixer?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah. I have mine set up where I see everything. I love it because I can see my sound and I can be like, oh, I know I'm on scene gone live because it's right there. So
Huh, weird.
it's how I know when I'm not my sound's not coming out because I muted my mic and I forgot to turn it on or something. Because I can take a look at it real quick and be like, oh, I've been talking to myself this whole entire time. But no.
This is weird. I hope there's not an echo on my stream. We'll see. Someone will hop in and tell me.
Yeah, just one of you. I'm about to unfollow and follow again because I want my.
It says,
No.
Follow and follow again because I want my name on that screen. With the emotes, someone's finally using the emotes. Hell yeah! Love you, baby.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the
Yeah.
support, but you don't have to unfollow. That would be greatly unappreciated. Don't unfollow me.
Oh, John, you need to hop in our Discord. You need to hop in Discord because you can see the emotes that Sam made.
Oh, Sam made some.
Yeah, she made some. No, not yet. That's why. If you want to see him, you have to see him. You have to see him now.
Gotcha.
Let me send you an invite. Because we invited you and then you never came and hop in. I think I don't know. I'm not sure.
Discord unless I'm on date night or if I'm streaming.
Here, hop in and join. It's called a Dragon's Cavern. But it's super freaking adorable.
Whoa!
It's-
Not safe for work, dude. Someone's posting nudie judies of like elven chicks. What's this?
Where are you at?
I'm in your royal welcomes.
Oh, yeah, welcome. Oh, no one's posting anything. Not yet.
Nudie frickin' judies, dude. Juana, how's your night going, by the way? We about to get spooky up in this BZ. Those are the emotes. Oh, of the corgi riding the dragon. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
That's
nice
one-
type emote.
that's right. It's gonna be one of them. Actually, it's like hype emote slash raid. So when you're raiding, you're like, take the corgi over.
That's sick, man.
So freaking adorable. Sam's been working hard on them. Yeah, there's other ones. I don't think she's posted them yet. Oh, I can show you on stream if you look at my stream. I can pull them up real quick.
How's it?
See.
Yeah, I'm excited. Well, me and Shank, we downloaded this game literally like 5 minutes ago, and it's called Desolate. It's a really nice looking game, but it's a horror game, and it's a co-op survival game. So, we're gonna see how it goes tonight. But I think Shank just started his stream, so I'm gonna have to hop back into Discord real quick with him here in a little bit after I get done looking at Ty's emotes. You said you're on.
Look, you see it?
Hell yeah!
See? That's corgi-gasm. Corgi-gasm.
Oh god.
Like, look how many Sam's been going through. Cause she's been just going hard.
Yeah.
Trying to get them done.
Trying to get like the right sizing and everything.
Oh no, it got worse too because the file she was using at first, which was frustrating her, was she was using PNG like GIF, and apparently it just makes them look like pixelated.
Yeah.
And so she was getting mad because she's like, "See this right here?" She was like, "You can't see that. Like you can't even tell what that really is." In her opinion, you know. So she was getting mad, and then she found out that she needed to save them as a different PNG because that PNG took the emotes and actually made them look like emotes instead of looking like a pixelated mess. I was like, oof.
Gotcha.
All just because it's a file save.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was so relieved when I got everything done with emotes, dude. Even though they're like super simple.
Yeah.
Or at least mine were when I was making them.
Yeah.
On their way to being approved. Like, all right, not my problem anymore. I'm trying to find answers to my practice exam because my teacher hasn't uploaded them the day before the exam. All right, man. August is calling me again.
Oh, just add him to our chat.
Can you add people to the Discord chat or like to the thing?
The one we're on right now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. Let me get back to where we're at. So you can watch me on here. You just go here, add friends to DM, and then I don't have them, so you're gonna have to add them.
Where?
You see this? It's that.
Plus sign. Is it in?
Yeah, no, you're right there. You're right there. Yeah, the plus sign's right there. It's a person.
Oh, because we're in a call. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're in a call. Once you click on it, it should drop down a menu, like it did for me. Did it not drop down a menu for you? Aha. Oh, you added me to your call? Or you're calling August?
Hello.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Hey, how's it going?
Damn. Hi.
Nathan
Hi.
Ronaldo, what
Yeah,
is
easy.
up?
Yeah, what's with your sound?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
Good lord, you speak and we're not even playing the game yet.
Right?
And it's whack. I'm trying to find the answers to my practice exam because my teacher hasn't uploaded them the day before the exam. Wait, so you haven't taken the exam, but you're looking for the answers, or you're looking for the answers because they haven't posted the grades yet? A thought, a question. What's up, dude? What is up, Nathan? How you doing, man? I'm just chilling with your bro here, with your bro ham, with your broski.
What a traitor.
He bros and she bros out here. What a traitor.
What a traitor.
I'm stealing your family.
Frickin' have him.
Um,
Oh, now he's in here. I don't want your pity.
look who comes crawling back.
My boy got ads now. Is it playing ads for real? Whoops.
You can also play ads like if you go on breaks and stuff. I just figured that out like 2 days ago. It's kind of cool.
Does it just automatically play ads? Can I set it to where it doesn't?
If you play ads when you go on breaks, it
Mhm.
stops it from playing like mid rolls,
How do
like
I do that?
automatically. So you have to. I think you have to go on your dashboard, your
Yes.
creator dashboard, while you're streaming, and then if you go on a break, just throw like a minute and a half ad on there.
Oh, like when you go on a break.
Yeah, you might as well play an ad and keep people from having to see them.
So you can turn off the option to just play ads at random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Which sucks though.
to study. She gives us the practice exam. She put out the practice exam, but not an answer key, which is pointless. That's annoying. So I'm Googling all of it to see if I remotely know what I'm doing. Well, I got faith in you. You got it.
Plays before it goes to your stream. Yeah, I know. Oof.
My
Streaming
back is gonna
tools,
be
maybe?
killing me by the end of this. I'm really excited to get into this game, dude.
How much was it, dude?
I think it was like around $30. It was like $25, I think.
Yeah, it's like 25. Yep.
Oof. I've been wanting to get the Star Wars Fallen Order. So
Your game with Ian Gallagher.
I don't know who Ian Gallagher is, but yeah, that one, that new game.
He's the actor from Shameless.
Oh, never watched Shameless.
The show. That's not his real name. I know. You a smart cookie. All right, Shank, you ready to get into this thing or what?
I'm ready to watch you guys do this. You guys, I have faith. I have faith.
Oh, pre-roll ads. So disable pre-roll ads when I run ads.
I think that's the option.
You think that's it?
Well, yeah. Forgive the I have my system offline thing as my background. What is this?
Then where do you go to roll an ad?
Your dashboard.
I'm at my dashboard.
Kanye, what do you want? Why are you just nuzzling my booty cheeks in my chair? What are you doing?
All right.
Yeah. Hey, August, you just made affiliate?
I did, man, the other day.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Alright.
Okay. Is this changing my? Okay, I should be able to still do pretty decent of stream with these settings. Quality, it's all in epic. Good lord. We'll see how it's like with all these settings here.
I figured I was wrong. So this messes me up.
Okay. Alright, Shank, you ready? Are you in the game yet?
Yeah, I'm playing it now.
Okay.
Oh my god, it says view updates.
View updates.
Don't do this. You don't know what you're doing, game? Don't do it. Here it is.
Ooh.
Hello?
Hi.
Our own call here if we're gonna be playing together.
Wow.
I
No.
didn't say hi, I just dipped. I didn't know it would kick me out.
You just totally dipped. No, it's fine, dude. Alright. Take care. I was just listening to your beautiful voices.
Aw, thanks, BB.
So is-
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Have a good stream.
Thanks. Cut him right off, my bad. This is what the real answer is to be. Wait, hold on, what? Didn't that? So find the area of the circle is pi times the radius squared. So radius squared is 61 divided by 2. Square it equals that times pi. Gives me this. I'm going to store this. Clear this. Find area of a perimeter. It's 81 times 61, right? Am I doing this right? Area of a rectangle. 20 times width. There you go, see? And then you're going to add these together. This is all together. Recall. There you go. Yeah. Oof. Correct answer was 353. Oh. Did I read this wrong? Oh, they went on perimeter. Oops. Was a reading. So I get for not paying attention to homework, right? Hold on, I'm a terrible being. I'll have to go back again. I may be back. I may not be. Distracted. Everyone wants to plant grass in his backyard. His backyard is the shape of a rectangle. Length is 27 feet and width is 26. Suppose each pack of seed covers 13 square feet. Every pack of seed will need to cover the backyard. Ugh.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our
Guess that's one way of doing it.
Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are. Though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you
the part is full shape like a circle with the radius toward the ring shaped path goes around the pool. We'll give a new layer of coating for the path. 1 gallon of coating can cover 8 yards. How many gallons of coating do you need? No, coating only comes by gallons. The number of gallons must be a whole number if necessary. Refer to the list of geometry formulas. Sorry, my throat is killing me a bit, guys, so that's why I'm not talking as much. But I'll be here. I'll be alive. Well, we need to find the area of this area. So this is this. Okay, but we want to add 6 onto the 12. That'll give us the circumference of this area. Excuse me. Never mind, it's an add. Can't remember. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I'm struggling here. Blowing you with burps. First, I'm going to find the circumference of this outer circle. So we know that 18 is the radius. And the circumference we need times it by 2. Ah! 113. Ow. So we know circumference is 113. We need to know. Oh, what we need to know is the area. The area of the circle. It's rough. Life is rough. I'll store this as this. Remember, this is the circumference of this outer circle. Let's see. Area of the circle is pi times the radius exponent 2. Okay. Sorry, guys. Ow. I'm not forgetting. Ow! Number of gallons. So 1 gallons.
Denied.
If that's too confusing, guys, ask a question. Let me know. What do you think? There was a huge snowstorm in the White Mountains last year. It snowed 61.5 kilometers in centimeters. Oh, guys. F's in the chat. Demand at least 4 F's in the chat. Why is 4 F's in the chat, Jess? Why? Just because I got one question wrong? What's going on, man? How you doing? I'm sick, that's why I'm not using my camera. Like crud. How's your day? Super distracted, dude. I'm pretty much high on Dayquil and caffeine at the moment. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm stupid. I mean, I never said I was bright. Like, if you got like a brain IQ of like 500 or something here, psh, no, man. I'm looking if it's 5 with like 2 zeros up front, dude. I'm making funnies. Making funnies all day. You got me here, man. I'm waiting for you to respond with this. I'm like, just coming in here, making fun of me. How dare you, my buddy? It wants me to convert this to meters. So, if you're going from meters, you're going from centimeters to meters. And you need to divide by 1, right? Is that right? No, you need 100 centimeters. We don't even have 100 centimeters here. So, just move the decimal over. That's all I need to do. I don't know why that's so hard right now. Our brain's like, yeah, there you go. That's how many meters it is. Does it say it wants me around? No. Jess, can you hear me? Where are you, Jess? I'm making moves here. Dude, you wanna see Sam's emote she's making? Work on making right now? Talking loud enough, that's good. Do I seem like I'm talking loud enough? Not loud enough at all. So watermelon seeds equals 0.4 centimeters long. How far would a line of 118 watermelon seeds? Oh, 118. Oof, man, 118, guys. How far would a line of 118 watermelon seeds? So it's just what it wants in meters though. Well, it doesn't have to be meters. Maybe I don't want to meter it out, you know? I guess if you really want to, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you convert the centimeters into meters and then times it by 118? I guess that'd be more accurate. I don't know. Fine, we're gonna do it, guys. We're gonna do it. No, wait, not times 0. Guys, I give up. Shoot me in the foot right now. 100 centimeters equals a meter, so it's literally that. That's it. That's all I had to do to convert. This is why I like metric over the American system. A little suspicious. Is that right? Did I do that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Just check in a second. Oh! I like how Jess just popped in here. I love everybody. I will repeat myself. I'm saying, why am I stupid, Jess? Why? How dare you do this to me? Can't dare pop in my chat, give me 4 F's in chat, and then just leave, dude. Yes, it's the crying shame. The song came in a perfect time. Rectangles placed around the semicircle shown below. The length of the rectangle is 10 feet. Find the area of the shaded region. Great. Thanks for letting me know that math is ridiculous, right? Who wants to know the shaded area? No one cares about the shaded area, alright? You want to know what the circumference of this arc is right here, because if James LeBron is not making 3-point shots from this line, then you messed up, dude. You're not winning no games here, man. You gotta make those 3-pointers. It's all about those 3-pointers. Okay, so we know, obviously, so we know the diameter of the circle is 10. As long as it's a perfect circle, right? So we're doing diameter. I know it's 5. Hey, it's 5. The radius of the circle is 5. So you want to take this. You want to do 5 and the 2 equals that. You're going to times it by the pi, which will give us this. This gives us our area of the circle, right? Is that the area of the circle? Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. That's what we want. Area of the circles 78, 539, 8. Ah, brain, it's broken. Okay, so and then we know this is 10 feet. So I'm gonna say that the circle, if you half it, it gives you the side. So we're missing the sides of the rectangle. So I'm gonna say the rectangle is 5. This is a rectangle, so it doesn't look like it's 10 feet on both sides. It looks like it's not a square. So we're gonna shoot myself. Let's see, knowing that 5 times 10. Oh, no one said you could do that. I already stored this number, so I'm just gonna get rid of this. 10 times 5 gives us the area of the rectangle, which is 50. I'm gonna minus that by. Well, hold on. I should do this backwards. Do it the right way. Recall. Minus. Because. Wait, how is the area of the circle bigger than the rectangle? I thought the area of the circle would be smaller than the rectangle. So maybe I'm crazy. Did I already figure it out? Hold on. We'll try this. Try this. You know, it's 28, and this is round your final distance to the nearest hundred. So we're gonna round up to right there. So that's gonna be 28, 54. Just came out. Oh, my bad. I think it's just feet. No, it's area. We're doing area. No, I know. I'm cracked. I'm a cracked mathematician. It says the length of the rectangle is 10. Circle is supposed to be a perfect circle. It should be 5 feet. That's why I was questioning why the circle's area was bigger than the damn rectangle. This is hard feet, guys. This is real hard. Could die. Nice knowing you guys. So no. I'm doing area, right? On the area of the shader region. This has to be 5. The only thing that makes sense. For the radius to be here to be true, because we know this is the radius of 10 feet. So that's why I was questioning the 10 times 5, because 10 times 5 means 50. It's 50 inches. So the area of the circle. Oh, that's what I forgot. It's only a semicircle. I was doing the math for a full circle. We're doing one circle. So if I found the area, do you want to play Fortnite? Do I look like I want to play Fortnite? Trick question. You can't actually see me. I have to do homework first. I have to finish this practice. I have these 3 questions to do, and then I have to do hold on. I'll try to get you there. I still have to do my problem solving set. That still exists. But no, I don't care. So, yeah, I'm just saving them now. I hate that I have to save this. Alright, there you go. Open, we're done. It is done. Damn it. Sorry, I've been watching a new Nancy Drew game all night. Why are you watching? I thought you've been playing it. Alright, just get on when you want if you want. I have a new name, so. You change your name again? Jeez, Seahorse. I'm gonna shoot myself for every. The only person I know that changes, you're gonna love it. I'm not gonna love it. It's gonna be a girl named Seahorse, isn't it? Already done. Look, see, I got COD sitting in the background. It's ready. It's ready to load. I just need to capture 15 fly. Oh, 5 kill streak. I have to get a 5 kill streak. Ooh, I actually got a 5 kill streak. Oh, that I can't change Twitch name for a week. Well, yeah. What do you expect to happen? Twitch is like, stop changing your name so often. Where's it? I'll find play COD. Yucky. I'm not playing a game of Fortnite. I just need to get home with them. So we know the area of this freaking rectangle is 50. You know that this test. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting there, Seahorse. You're distracting me. They got the battle season for COD. The first season just came out, so they added a new map, and I freaking love the map. Good boy, be over here high on Dayquil, just kicking some butt. So if I found that, I found the area which was 70 something, but I messed up. You need to light up. Hey, Bequil the Squirrel, thank you for the follow, man. What's going on? How's your night going? Dying, OMG. I know, it's another squirrel. We got Majestic Seahorse, who's also named Squirrel. Oh, that's your 20? Oh, hi. Just for that follow. Hey, Swagger, what's going on, man? I'm dying here. Alright, this is your guys' brief interview. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Ty. Welcome to my channel. I call it a cozy Corgi Dragon's Den, because, you know, that's a mouthful, but I'll eventually get it down. And then I'll go back into hiding, because I'm dead. Papa. Thanks, Squirrel. Oh, jeez. Data boy. You guys about to play some Fortnite? This is a Fortnite squad. Squad up! Oh, I'm dying inside. Don't remind me. I'm like literally just trying to figure out my homework, and I haven't figured out. I just haven't done it yet. 20 playing Fortnite. Nice. Oh, come on. I hate when it does that. Forget. So this is and then we got divided by 2. So we want half of this area. It's 39. So we're gonna do 50 minus 39. And 73. They want us to round the nearest 100, so it's gonna be. If I'm breaking your brains, it's Seahorse's fault. I should have taught you better. Dad, how does it feel to have a daughter and son now? Where is Lyric?
Bishi the Squirrel one is now following.
Follow. Thank you for the follow! I already said so. Is it bad that I don't know what you're doing? You don't know what I'm doing? It was bad. It's bad that you know. This is college geometry. I can explain it, and it's really simple. It's really hard. It's really easy. Those are his other accounts. Oh, I didn't even. Oh, Squirrel 1. Sorry, like I said, I'm high in Dayquil right now, bro. So thank you for the follows. Swagger is a coder. Nice. Dude, Swagger, where were you when I was going through Java? I think you mentioned that when we were talking. Oh, good squirrel. Oh, goodness, squirrel. Squirrels everywhere. The squirrels in my pants. The squirrels in my pants. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, man. I could have used you during Java. Python wasn't bad. It was when we were switching to Java, it was killing me because they were like, here, we're going to give you a Ford truck, right? So I'm a mechanic. I went to school for it. So I give you a Ford truck. It's simple. You need one screwdriver to unbolt the engine from the Ford chassis. But in the Java exam was like a Camaro, Chevy, and you needed at least 10 different tools just to even take a look at the... I mean, that's a bad example, but you get the thing. Getting on... Oh, you got me. Yeah, they're just like throw a problem at you that you needed 10 different tools to actually get it done. Like you need to know how to. I can't even think of words right now. My dogs are dead at the moment. They're cute. Yell at 20. He's getting on. He's free. Oh crap, guys! I'm dying. I should just put you guys on unnecessary wording. Like yeah, no. Like in some cases you can really make shortcuts, and in other cases you're like, bro, why? Why is this happening? Why do you have to go through so much stuff? Dad doesn't know my new name yet, Swagger. Yeah. Damn it. COD froze just now. Why? What have you done to COD? COD, what have you done? It's not letting me go. Swagger doesn't like my name. He thinks it's gross. Oof. F in the chat for that. You got an F in the chat for that. Oof. For the COD freezing? Because I think that's what you're doing. Yeah. Sorry if I'm not speaking coherently. Oh, because it was trying to... What is going on, COD? What the is going on? Alright. They're both F for the new name and F for the COD freezing on me. Alright. I gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna spectate you guys in Fortnite. And then COD decided to be a dork. Hopefully this keeps updating. I don't know. Yeah, there it goes. It's updated. Is your CC delayed? Petunia. Okay. It's perfect, squirrels. This is perfect. Petunia. Alright. Is my CC delayed? I only think of tuna when I see that name. Oh. Hey. Guess what, Swagger? Tonfisk is the word for tuna. I think in Swedish or Icelandic. Yeah, streams have censored captions now. I turned them off. Ooh, nice. Oh, yeah. CC's definitely delayed. I just put them on because I figured for people who don't understand what the hell I'm saying, but I think my captions are funny as shit. And plus I'm censoring myself, to be honest. I'm trying to cuss less. I'm gonna name my bunny Nemo. Why Nemo? I mean, Nemo's cool as hell. No, my captions are never what I'm saying. Yes, that's good. It's prime content right there. All right. I was watching my own video because someone was trying to send me a clip, and I was like, "Yo, that's not even what I said, but that's funny as hell right now. I can't even with it. I'm done. It's like a bad lip reading. You know, I know if it's like I don't even speak English, to be honest. You guys think I speak English? Because I really don't think I do. So it's 3,000 meters taller. Use the fact to find this in meters. Oh, I just want to convert them. Okay, so 3,000 divided by what's that? 100 centimeters? 100 millimeters? No, wait, hold on. Is that millimeters or meters? Oof. Oh well, 100 millimeters equal meters, so it's fine. 1,000 millimeters. So, it's also poetic at times. I have a fish that I'm gonna name bunny names. Oh, do it, squirrel. Beakley. Double dog dare you. It's like 3 meters. Why did I not? My brain didn't recognize that 3,000 millimeters. Everyone is 1,000. So 3 meters. 3 meters of reef. It's like I'm a reefer or something, you know? Okay. I have to go back in and do the ticket, because this score will, even though it's a practice, the score will still save in my damn grade, and I will shoot myself because I wish I'd known that sooner. This is something they didn't tell me when they said I'm pretty. What do you mean pretty? Pretty arrogant? Sorry, I'm just making jokes over here. I still love you, daughter. It's fine. If you don't love me, I get it. I'll just replace myself. Rose is a garden is formed by joining a rectangle and a semicircle shown below. A rectangle and a gardener wants to build a fence. How many feet of fence are required? Okay. So we need a circumference. You're gone. Oof. Oof, she's gone, guys. Gone off the deep side. So I've been off the deep side for a long time now. This is how you find an area. You just take this, and this, and you just add them all together. Now I just found the area. This rectangle is 108. No, perimeter. Sorry, perimeter. That's how you find a perimeter. Oh, jeez. See, I told you. You might be gone, Seahorse, but in essence, I feel you right here. I feel you right here. Sorry, and that's my chest, and I know you can't see it. If I hit hard enough, I might puke. I just cleared my system out 102. Lost my brain. So now I need to find the area of this. So I know this is gonna be 22. I'm gonna store this. So 22 divided by 2. How does it feel like to have 2 children? That's a good question, it's yours. I'm gonna have to say that it feels rather empty. Rather empty. I'll leave that up to translation. Yeah, I know. I just see and then times it. Wait, and then I have to divide this by 2, and that's to give me the area here. Dot 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 dot. I mean, Southland border is pretty empty. Come on, I'll see you on Fortnite. Alright, I'll see you on Fortnite. I'll probably come spectate in a second. And I just wanted to download all the shaders and stuff, so. And I felt like it was getting in the way. Oh, you have 3 children actually? Whoa, who was the 3rd child? Because then I'm definitely feeling really empty. You have a little bro. I'm lost. You have a brother? Who? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Oh wait, I messed up. I got the area of the circle, but I didn't need to do the circle. Ah! I need the circumference. I need the circumference of the circle. Look at the circumference of the circle. He plays Fortnite too. OMG, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry? Oh, because I don't want to know. I'm just leaving it. Look at this. I have to prepare it. Why? Why can't everything work for free? Ooh, for free. Raymond's Legend. Jump and fight your way through this colorful adventure. I don't want to. Refuse. Ooh, what's this? 80s. Interesting. Because I didn't tell you? You should have told me sooner. My mom should have told me sooner. We had another son. I don't even know what this game is about. Bro. Anyways, go home. Because you didn't tell me. Mom should have told me. It's her fault. Damn, Mom. Why you have to be so? I forgot how to find the circumference of a circle. So we know the radius is... What is the radius of a circle? I forgot the radius of 22. This is 22 divided by 2. It's 11. It's 11 tie. It's 11. How can you forget things like this? Oh. Alright, cool. Now we get the circumference of the circle. Which is the perimeter of a circle. Haha! We know we need to recall this. We're going to divide that. No, Ty. You add. You have to add. There you go. This is 177. This is round to the nearest hundredth, so 100th is right here. And it's a 5 behind it, so we're doing 177. You guys, I hope you guys enjoy your... Don't laugh at me! Go play your Fortnite. Oops. Messed up here. Wait for Dad? You can't wait for me. Just hop in already. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. I can't even figure out a simple math problem. And I just go spectate. Is this like doing the area for both shapes then adding them? No. This is actually finding the perimeter. Wait, hold on. I'll go back and I'll show you. So it says, semicircle, 32 foot long. Gardener wants to build a fence around the garden. How many feet of fence are required? Oh. Wait, hold on. Tell me. Okay, it doesn't matter. It needs feet. Yeah, perimeter. Okay. Yeah, you're good, dude. I know. I've already made a mistake already. Okay. Earlier I thought I was asking for area, and that's why I got this number 9 question wrong, because they were asking for the perimeter instead of the area. So now I'm just messing up because I can't think of anything straight. Because the value in your answer is incorrect. Does that mean it needs to be square feet instead of... Because I don't think it's supposed to be square feet. That's area. So, I don't know. Hold on. Can't recall anything because I don't have anything to say. Let's start this up. Alright, so 32, 20. We gotta find the area. Did I actually get the wrong area? I don't know. Take a pick and try it yourself. Okay. Let me know, dude. I'll eventually figure it out. I'm just mentally struggling. I believe in myself, that's all that matters. Yeah, see, I thought that was a perimeter. Right? Let's see. Here's the formula. This pi. Circumference is pi. No, circumference is right here. It's either you do the radius times pi times 2. That gives you the circumference. That's what the C is. Or you can do the diameter, which is diameter times pi, which is the circumference. So technically, me breaking down the 22 into a radius doesn't mean anything. But then here's the perimeter. I guess, yeah, I forgot you can do 2 times length plus 2 times width. That'd probably be easier than just trying to add them all together. So 32 times 2 is that plus 22 times 2. Still comes up to 108, so I don't understand why I'm in this. I got the rectangle already. That's what I figured too, see? Okay, so this is what I try to do. I try to get the 22 times pi. Gives you circumference of 69, right? Just see where it's like. Technically that's a full circumference, but this is only half. It's only half, so when you divide it by 2, it gets you 34. And well, and I thought you had to add it. Oh, maybe I don't know. Maybe I okay. So I think I got it finally. Oh, it says my value on the answer is wrong. It says 240, 200. Let's try it. Nope, it's 120.56. Ah, you got timed out. Oof. Oof. All the oofs. I'm not even gonna untime you too. Sorry, I forgot that I have it set for that. I actually have to submit this. I can't retry it after. Hey, Lyric, what's up, man? Yeah, I know. See, I told you it's been a while. It's crazy, right? I don't. Watch, if I use the example, I'll show you. It'll probably tell us. Well, this is not even the right example. It gives you 2 semicircles. Cheaters! Lyric, how you doing, man? I have to submit the assignment regardless. I have to retake it. It's only like 30 seconds. So let's do this again. We have unlimited attempts, but let's do it a little bit better, right? So how's your second day? LMO. Attempts. Did I even right? Did I even get that right? I don't know. I don't even trust this calculator. I don't even trust them one bit. You know what I mean? So, clear this. You're now 18 feet. 18 times the pi equals our circumference. You divide it by 2. This is 28. So, we're going to recall it. I'm going to add this. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add this and see. 118. Is this your homework? Yes, this is my homework. TY is in Thai or thank you? Man, this homework is practice. Yeah, 2 times radius pi, but you can also do diameter. I'll show you. Because I was trying to show you earlier that this works for circumference too. It's a half circle, yeah. So you need to divide it by 2. Divide it, the circumference by 2, and it gives you half a circle instead of a whole circle. So did you juke yourself into? I should stop using my keys. 27. I messed you up, huh? No! What is going on? You didn't do that? Oh. Oof. Give me the wrong answers, bro. Alright. So obviously, my brain is just not thinking, and I'm overthinking. It's one of the two. Sounds fun and better than doing it alone. I know, I'm actually enjoying it. It's actually great. I can't believe I'm having people help me with my homework. Anyways. Alright, we'll start from the beginning. We'll get the damn area of this damn rectangle. Alright. Gonna store this. Clear. I don't like this calculator. It drives me nuts. You make the smallest mistake and it comes and bite you in the butt. Okay, this is the area of the rectangle, right? True, I don't know what he's doing though. Just trying to find the area. Just trying to find the area of this rectangle and then the semicircle too. So hold on. Yeah, because this is the whole garden. This is the circumference. Is the circumference not the same thing as the That's a perimeter? Are we both shrug? I'm clinically retarded, apparently. Almost. You already put energy in it. Seahorse is like, she sees math and her brain just shuts down. She's like, I say that for school. And Lyric's like, dude, like, he can sit there and play video games and kick the butt out of people. But he's like, nah, bro. Sorry, excuse me. Alright, let's do this again, one more time. The length is 18, which is the diameter of the circle. You times it by pi, gets you your circumference of 56, right? It says, do not round any intermediate computations, okay? You're not able enough to be my dad according to Ty. Oof. I disagree, I think you're great. I got 146, 54, okay. Of both of them combined? See what Horse said? Which part did she say? Okay, both of them add together. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna work it out on my side, because then I know we came to the same conclusion. We did come to the same conclusion. So we gotta round to the 100th spot. That's what it says. The nearest 100. Okay. So, if you got it and I got it, we should be good, right? I'm dying right now. I keep forgetting about my button expression. The British purpose. No, it's incorrect. It's not right. You think you're great too. Oh, I think you're great. Lyric's great. I'm super swagger smart. F. Yes, F in the chat. All the F's in the chat. No, I think they're just they're wording it weird, and we're just not getting it. I might need to just go in here. Explanation. Alright. 61. 89. You know that. Get that. That makes sense. Let's see. See, I hate when they give the explanations that are not the same. They're not the same as whatever you're doing right now. We both get that this is only half a semicircle. So, Rose's garden is formed by joining a rectangle and a semicircle shown below. The rectangle is 27 foot, 18 feet. The gardener wants to build a fence around the garden. How many feet of the fence are required? Totally lost. Why are we struggling on this? I think they're playing with us, man. I'll go hit recheck one more time. No, they're saying it's 127. Oh, you know what? I think we messed up because we're counting for the circumference, and I think when you minus it by, you might oh yeah. So when you have to minus it by this side because we're getting this perimeter already. I figured it out. Give me a second. I'm gonna submit the assignment and then retake it. I figured it out. We have to take away one of the sides. So, because if you find the rectangle, you're finding one of the sides of the semicircle already. So you have to minus that from there. That's why we were getting messed up. That's why. Because we were accounting for that side of that rectangle when we already find it when we do the circumference. It's like, oh. See, it was like in front of our head, in front of our faces the whole entire time. So, if I just don't do, like no, hold on, I can't do that. I gotta do 15 plus, hold on, 21 times 2 equals that, plus the 15, right? We're gonna store this, clear this, 15, times this equals the circumference. But we need to divide this by 2. That gives us 23. Alright, and then let's recall this. Add these two together. This gives us 80. So 80.56. So how this sounds on, I'm still using it. Done! Done! That's all it was, is we kept adding the extra side in on accident. Do I need to break that down again? Wait, I'll break it down before I move on. Just if you care, Swagger. Because like I said, it was just when we were splitting, we were doing the whole area for the circle. And then we divided by 2, that gives us this area, this circumference, including this side of the rectangle. Okay, you got me. Alright, cool. We're good. This isn't my only homework, I also have to do more. But this is my other piece of homework. And because I'm sick, I have been drinking lots of water. And now I have to pee again. And caffeine. Are you guys playing Fortnite? Are you guys still waiting around for me? Cause I'm gonna leave you guys. Just cause you sat around waiting for me. You should be playing the game. Don't wait around because I just want to spectate. How do you spectate? Okay, you guys are in a match, gotcha. No, I can't hear you, BD. Okay.
Listen, my house.
Oh, whoa. Wait, hold on. Did I actually click out of something? Oh no, never mind. How do I sit out? Oh, I have to wait before you watch? Okay. Oh, I can just hit watch. Duh. When it's possible, just click on their names in the friend list, then click join game. It's done. I found the watch button. Can't even figure myself out. Let me change the name. Squad 4 fix it out. There's a watch button? Yeah. Yeah, I was confused too. That's fine. Ooh, my computer's warm. I feel it. I felt warm. Or is that my AC, my heater kicking on? You don't know when your heat kicks on in your house or not. You think your PC makes a lot. Petunia the Squish. Why is this Squish? Petunia the Squish. You watched, what the hell did you watch? Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Have you seen that, Swagger? Is it a, do I have a Fortnite on? It is on it. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. What do you mean, okay? But Swagger, have you seen, I just heard about it a lot, never read it. Okay. Well, no. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a movie. It is a book, too, and the book is good. I think the movie, in my opinion, missed out a lot compared to the book, because I watched the movie first, and then I listened to the book using Audible. And I definitely think the movie's funnier, but they missed out on a lot of... Did I just see a llama? Petunia, left, right there, there's a llama. Okay. Never mind. There's a llama! Get the llama! It's right there!
Coming back up.
That's where 42 comes from? Yeah, the answer in life is 42. All things is 42. It's because the ancient civilization built this huge computer that was supposed to find the answer to life. And, yeah, see, there's a llama. I want a llama with a llama. Yeah, so they ask them, well, what's the answer to life? And they're like, okay, come back in like 100 decades or something. I forget, like 100 years or so. Which is a century. I don't know why I didn't say a century, but I don't remember exactly. Anyways, you go in and you I want to shoot myself in the head because I'm forgetting how to speak English. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and we'll be right back.
So just talk to me. All this is here for you. You line up for the bathroom. Can I come in when all the stars are gone. This bitter kiss, all I need. When taste to fall in love. You're out of line, are you so nebulous? I wanna feel something. I can't explain why you're so fabulous. I've seen you in my dreams. You're out of line, are you so nebulous? I wanna feel something. I can't explain why you're so fabulous. I've seen you in my dreams. I hate this part, but we can't keep putting it off. I still care, but it's not enough. And it breaks my heart to give up and admit we lost. We still love, but we're not in love. Why do we keep trying to bring back the feelings we know we're gone? Try to see how it still makes sense, 'cause I don't wanna leave. But there are better reasons to stay. Can't no more fading my feelings away. But there are better reasons to stay. Can't no more fading my feelings away. But there are better reasons. I can't play this part, 'cause it just don't feel the same. Or do we both go through
They're all dead.
emotions?
Oh, never mind, they're not.
And I know this hurts. I'd do anything for you to stay. There's still love, but there's no devotion. Why do we keep trying to bring back the feelings we know are gone?
I hit him for 50.
Try to see how it still makes sense, 'cause I don't wanna leave. But there are better
Got him.
reasons to stay. Can't no
Nice.
fade my feelings away.
And I'm scooping up the scoop up, scooping up the lid. Maybe we should get to the fun zone.
I just need time to clear my head. Fires up, embers burn, can't pretend. Yeah.
I found a boat. Time to do flip.
Swagger. No, it didn't print out 42. The computer was so advanced that I actually could think. So, Swagger, it did not print out 42. It just so advanced it actually speaks to him. It tells him.
Where's this guy we got?
It's a supercomputer. It's a super smart thinking computer. The most advanced computer in the whole universe, except for I forget which one. And it was only second to humans. Not humans, but the planet Earth. Because it says, I am only second to the most wonderful computer in the world. A computer that you're gonna build, and it has the people build Earth. And they're supposed to find the question of life from Earth. Which I think in the long term run is what it's up to you to decide what like the answer to life is. In the case of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, love seemed to be an answer to the universe. So, or in our case, just whatever's on Earth. Look at the sniping skill from Petunia the Squish. She's just trying to take all these guys out by herself.
A little help over here.
Sorry, BD. Squish. She's just sniping from the background. This is what makes Fortnite funny as hell. Is you just watch this whole fortress come up and people are fighting and shooting at each other, but like most of the time no one's dying. Not yet anyways. Unless you guys knocked a couple people down. That I just didn't see. Did he just hop your bullet? Like, I don't think he actually really noticed. He's just hopping. Yo, get closer.
Got one.
I know you don't want to, but if you get closer, you could potentially win this. She's like, I'm just gonna hide behind here. I think at least if you go to the hot, the freaking distance is nuts. You should just spectate Fortnite games. She's aiming for the top, but don't know who the player is. But they just fell down. I just watched them. That freaking fall damage must have hurt.
Where's Becca? Oh, got him.
The dude's like, "Where's Becca?" Right behind you guys. Oh, I need more water. So it feels take our swimming pool.
I wiped them.
Measure 14 feet by 30. The pool is surrounded on all four sides by a path.
Dude.
A path. Path not taken. Yes. Oof. Scratching myself against this.
Oh fuck.
Oof.
Do you have heals? Please tell me you have heals.
No heals. You guys are done for.
No, Storm. Storm. Please don't hurt me.
Run, squirrel, run! I mean, Petunia.
Okay, I'm safe.
Petunia.
Oh, I see you guys.
She's all just over here collecting all the loot and stuff. Like, dude, you're down like half. You know how much time you have to do until you run? She's gonna die just collecting all this. Someone yell at her to run.
No, I got.
I know, she's always like loot. It's like, give me all the loot. She's gonna die. Oh, jeez Louise, now run! Run, Petunia! Jeez Louise, girl. Why are you crawling? You're gonna die. I don't know. She's trying. Oh, she's about to die is what's about to happen. The place is fine. Wow. Oof. Oof. F's in the chat, boys. F in the chat. All the F's in the chat. Yeet. Thanks. Slides.
Why are you sitting down?
Oh.
Yourself?
Weird. Choose your account? Yeah, that's my account. That's your point. How do I set out? Ooh, no. She didn't die, she just disappeared. I know, right? Just, oof, gone. Oh, what's an actual? How do they sit out? That's my question. Squish. Oh. Bottom right. So, oh. Alright, sweet. Sitting it out. Thanks, Wire, for letting me know. I'm almost done with homework. I just need to get this last quick questions done. The cost of research path is $2 per square foot. What is the whole cost of Sursa?
2v4 squads.
Mesquite?
When I die,
Let's get it.
Sandstorm, it's impossible to lose.
Okay, so particular swimming pool measures 14 feet by 30 feet. The pool is around the, oh gosh, drawing my face. Oops. On all four sides by path is 3 feet wide.
I feel so sorry for your ears. I should fix my mic.
Yeah, you should. It's not too bad. You're fine, dude.
3, 2, 1. Fuck. No.
You're right, dude?
There we go. Here, wait. Let me make it better. I might be able to. Alright, I'll play around with the settings on it. We'll make it pristine.
Pristine.
Where are we going?
Pretty pristine.
Let's do that.
Who else is streaming?
I didn't mean to do that. One, two, three. I saw 3 people, 4 people. Maybe just 1 team who landed here. Probably more. Just not very good. What the hell is going on? I'm lagging a lot. Okay, wait. We gotta pick them off one by one.
I don't know what's going on. Won't let me set out, but it won't let me spectate. Weird. Maybe the match didn't start yet? Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes.
I hit one for 90. Why can't I build? Alright.
What the hell is actually going on right now?
Wasn't enough. The Darude Sandstorm wasn't enough. Alright, tell me when my mic sounds best. Okay, I'm gonna put it to different settings.
Like the last second. Ow.
Okay.
Sound louder.
How about this? Does this sound okay?
It's alright. I might hear a bunch of noise. There. This is hearing.
Yeah, that was
Keep
broadcaster
talking.
1. We're gonna broadcaster 2. Let's see if this one's better.
Here. I'll mute my media for a second. So I can hear you better. Lag. I hate lag. But, yeah. Deal with it, right?
High voice, loud. Let's try FM station.
Hey, what's up, King Ferg? How you doing, man? Yeah, it's support night, yo. BD, try to pick a phase and say it over and over, like, the boys and the girls sat out in the pasture. The boys and the girls sat out in the pasture. And just repeat that, so you can tell the difference in quality.
Sound crisp in this one.
Just a little bit. What microphone are you using, dude? King Ferguson's over here laughing. So
Becca is nice. Becca is... Whoa. I have the Logitech G Pro X, and then it's not a microphone, but it's just the mic. Whoa. It's the microphone attached to it.
that sounds better.
Blue voice can change things, so I'm trying to make it better. Becca is nice. Becca is nice.
That sounds like you're on a walkie-talkie. That last one.
Owls with... Wait, oh, does this sound better now? I've like removed that. That was AM radio.
Now you sound better.
No difference. Right now it should be absolutely nothing.
It's okay. It's no difference.
Okay, I hear myself in the day in the stream. We're gonna go with this one.
Yeah, you have some background noise that might be making it sound a little bit different. But That's how sound is, man. I don't know, say mine's perfect. Still could be better.
Want to do duos?
Alright, got lost track, sidetracked. Let's see. We got placed around, it's 14 feet by 30 feet. Length times width. You need to find that area. Oh, where the path is. Outside of the path. Outside of the path is going to be 20 by 36. Give me the area. Oh, my handy dandy calculator. But someone said, "Oh, don't die." So Zona, I wonder where she's at. Yeah, that was a weird squeak. Is it a garden? I can't remember if it's a garden or not. Swimming pool. Excuse me, guys. And ladies. I wonder how. It looks like he's still playing Rust, to be honest. He's playing Desolate. It's interesting. Oh, my bad. They're on a match right now, I guess.
I count.
Oh, thanks for the fries, babe.
Did you want ketchup or anything?
No, I'm good. I don't need ketchup.
I'm just gonna go eat food and probably
Okay. Love you too. I'll see you in a bit.
Shut the door or not?
Alright, you can leave it open. I know the dog's going in and out. Unless you're taking the dogs with you. Heh, that's what I thought. Oh, there it goes. Driving nuts with the music.
Oh, there's a upgrade thing here.
Oof. So now we need to find the area of the pool itself, which is 30. Ward 20, boys.
There's one in the house too. I hit him for 58. Oh, he's on me. He just dropped down. Dude, I don't know. That was interesting.
Wow.
Oof. GG, guys. GG. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. Just playing ukulele. There's a song for Up. We're doing fine. $2 per square foot, so you want to divide that. Oh, my bad.
Alright, restarting that. We go again.
What the heck is Bob and why you want to kiss him? Question mark? Bob? Who's Bob? Bob. We're in another match, by the way. I know you are. And I'm watching the wrong one. Watching the wrong people. Why? Because I don't know. It's a PewDiePie song? Oh. No. Huh. You guys just started another match? Cause I can't watch until you guys actually get started for some reason. Yeah, you just started, that's why. He's playing it on a ukulele? Yeah, I know he's playing on a ukulele. Alright.
Oh shit, he got the pistol, and it's over.
Oof. Oof. It's a fast match.
He's not killing me. He's on top.
Oof. Come on, come on. I cannot. Why? Well, it's like, lets me watch sometimes, and then doesn't let me watch other times. Alright. Oof. Ah.
I don't have a gun if you got multiple.
Seriously. Why?
Watching door.
There it goes. I don't. It's weird. It really is. I tell you, it's the game. It's weird. But I'm never gonna get homework done at this rate. You guys keep dying. Stop whispering in my ear.
Okay. You filth.
Yeet.
Filthy player. Becca, are you back? Are you still sitting out?
I know. I feel bad for you guys. Feels bad, man. LOL. I'm almost done with homework. That's the wrong thing just now. Fries taste so yummy. Hi ho! Couldn't resist. Yeah, bro, I have colorblind settings on. Because I'm colorblind. Believe it or not. Is that why everything looks weird? See, you changed. Whoa, it's Tunya. Call her Tunya. Yeah, man, I have colorblind settings on. Because I'm colorblind. Just a little colorblind. Like, I don't really think I'm that bad, but I'm enough that I can't differentiate between, like, orange and red sometimes. Or a type, if you don't mind me asking. I have it, set on the... What's the word for it? Can't think of words. The training nope. Can't even speak that language, apparently. But yeah, for me, like I can actually, I can actually see the llamas in this. If I like turn it down, I can't. If I go down to like 0. Oh, if I go to 0, like I can barely make these out. Like I see llamas, but I can't see them very well at all. So once I turn it up, it helps me out a lot. Like even this, I can just barely see this llama, but at least these colors, I can hit them. So if you got that, it's Denatope, or Deuteranope. Oh, guys, just play a game already. I can't hear you, squishy. Looks like it also changes the contrast too. I don't know. If I sit out, it's this way. If I hit ready, see? It's not as bad. Maybe it does change it. Oh, already. I don't know. It looks normal to me almost. Like, I don't know. Losing my mind, yo. Got me. Lost, Caleb. Swaggerfly. Okay, will you stop whispering in my ear? Dirty. Right? Is that my math problem? I forgot one. Ow! Are you colorblind, Swaggerfly? Alright. No math problem. Done. Leaving. Trying to focus here. Gotta find the volume. Volume.
I don't know. Jingle.
Alright.
Bells on.
Oh.
Now I know how it feels. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Not listening. Can't remember his name. No, I'm not. I have a cousin that is though. I knew one guy when I was joining the military. He was so colorblind he couldn't join the firefighters. So he was trying to join. You can call it Fire Force. He was trying to join them, and they wouldn't let him. Because unfortunately, he was too colorblind. He could not tell the difference between red and red. I think it was red or yellow. One or two. It was bad. Either way, I'm just slightly colorblind enough that I was able to pass.
Oh, we're fine.
So who cares if I can't see the difference between green and red, right? Or orange. I don't remember. Oh, freaking. Anyways, let me finish this because I'm just going in circles right now. I'm like this close to being done.
Well, I woke up on the lobby floor. Yeah, last night was some kind of war. I'm coming down like a waterfall. I check my phone, but you never call. Lost in the ceiling, caught up in the ceiling.
How did I find out? What I kind of had a question when I was going through physicals. You have to do a military physical before you join. They were doing colorblind test, and I kind of told the doctor. I looked at him like I can't see the difference. I can't see what number that's in there. So that's when I had a hint that I was colorblind, but I didn't fully like register it until I was playing Battlefield 4, I think it was, and my ex pointed out that what I thought was orange was actually red or something like that. And then that's when I was like, okay, maybe I am colorblind. I know my grandpa's colorblind, and technically by studies and statistics, you have a higher chance to be colorblind if your the male side of your family is colorblind. So, and so that's how I figured it out. That's how I know. Yeah. How did your cousin find out? That's my question. No, I don't. Like I said, that one kid didn't find out he was colorblind until he was doing the physical in the military, and he was in tears, literally in tears, because he didn't know. He couldn't do the job he wanted. That meant like even like civilian side, even if you wanted to be a firefighter on civilian side, you couldn't do it. Important that you can see colors. So what is? Oh, my bad. Keep hitting the buttons. Set off my sound effects because I'm a goofball. Nice, okay. I'm almost done. I have one more question left. Once I get the answer to this. I want to say that's unfair, but I understand that's the thing. Yeah, I know. I wish there was some you know, what's the word? What's the lenses you put in your eye? I forgot. Thank you, babe. Contacts you can put in your eye that would correct for your color blindness. That would be like, you know, remembering having to put them on all the time. But yeah, contacts that could change it, even just for someone in general, would be amazing. Some people don't really know the difference. Sam knows, her ex is colorblind. I almost said used to. He was bad though. He was bad. He was green colorblind. I think I'm technically red and green. I think it's red and green, right? No, they don't got contacts for it. I wish they had contacts. Contacts would be awesome. Unless you know if they have contacts for color blindness. Science is amazing, OMG. I hope you heard me now. I wish they did. That would solve a lot of people's problems. I mean, they can make people who can't hear now hear, or like I think, or were born with the ability to hear, but unfortunately their body didn't develop, and they can hear now. So that's pretty dope.
I pinged
just heard what's going on in my ear.
there on the grid.
Stones to be a Great Pyramid. Limestone blocks with an average of volume of 1.5 cubic yards, assuming a solid pyramid. How many of those blocks were needed to construct the Great Pyramid?
There's not actually a person there, but I think there might be a sniper.
So I would just take that.
I did find it. Didn't pick it up.
No. almost done. Almost done. Just need to turn it in. Oh wait, I messed up. What is it in cubic yards? I did in feet, and then do in cubic yards. No, I may mess up my homework. Yeah, I don't know what I said. Yeah, I do. I just sent them link. I wish I had context for it. Messed up, and then put in cubic yards. Oh, why? Why did I do this? Got to change stuff. I put in feet, so it's probably easier if I transfer them the feet first and then try to build them out.
I have ammo for this snipe. Yeah, I have some.
I did all this wrong just now. You mess up one thing and it just goes downhill from there.
Here, I'm dropping it.
Divided by. I'll focus on getting Junos. I'll see you guys in a bit. Ooh.
Where's this dude? My HP. Fuck this, I'm getting to circle. Oh shit! Get it for 40. Got him. Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna go get his loot. Sorry. There's minis here. I already have 6. Get in the boat, get in the boat, get in the boat. Oh shit, I'm getting sniped at it. I just gotta go. I'm getting sniped.
Run! Squish, squish, squish!
Number 29.
Two on me.
Hi, baby. I'm fine. Don't say hi.
I got shot from both sides. There's 2 different teams here. I think. Dude, look at your amazing snipes. Just kidding. I'm joking. Please don't hurt me. Look at the boat. It's low HP. You can blow it up.
Get the circle, get
Cowards.
the circle.
Screw us. We're both dead.
She also doesn't have any medkits or anything. What are you doing? Run, Petunia!
There's no use.
I know.
Medkit, get over the medkit! Get the hell out! Vamos!
I should look at what I'm playing.
Oh my gosh. The dog's ridiculous. And my dog is ridiculous. My other dog is just a dork. Who wants to hear the good news?
All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, better run.
Got great news. Somehow Petunia the Squish is still alive. How? It's beyond me. Oh yeah.
Don't stop.
You can do it.
Don't look like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. For the thrill of it, nothing counterfeit with you.
That's weird.
The thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
That had this fixed.
Nothing counterfeit with you.
Headbang.
This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. 'Cause no one's got what we hit it up. No matter what they say, we will in it for just for the thrill.
The thrill of it. Ooh, the thrill of it. With you, the thrill of it. The thrill of it.
Nothing counterfeit.
With you, just the thrill of it. With you.
Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Photo of you in my mind, on the table underlined. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the days and night. Lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the days and night. Lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
On me. I think I'm gonna hop on. I think you probably do accurately reflects your facial expression right now.
Good job, though, guys.
To make it
GG. GG.
feel alright. And everything you wanna know.
It's not terrible. It looks kind of cool.
Spreading for too long, spreading for too long. Do you feel right? Do
What's up? Hey, quiet.
That's right, you're doing better. You are holding your urges to beg for skins.
Show me your face, don't push.
That was good.
Good night. I just got done with one.
Actually, it is a mocha.
Don't die. What the heck? Let's guess.
It's kind of like a twice a week. For the best 2 days. There's free coffee That was one.
Super Saiyan. Yeah, $20 isn't a lot. As long as you can afford it. Where the heck is? Oh. Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Wow.
Laters.
Au revoir, mes amis. À demain. Je n'ai pas de l'école. Il y a un
Ciao.
strike. Les seigneurs vont faire un strike. Alors,
You lost me.
je vais être capable de jouer le jeu, mais pourquoi je vais aller visiter ma grand-mère, alors peut-être je vais pas être ici pour la majorité de la journée, pas être ici pour le matin, mais je dois aller à
Alright, I'm gonna play some.
arrière me fait briser mes poumons. Pas bon, pas drôle du tout. I don't think I described outfits. I said I'll be on tomorrow because our teachers are going on strike, but I might have to go see my grandma, so I won't be around for that, but I'll be on in the morning. But then I have to go to the respiratory doctor because Becca made me break my lungs yesterday with that coughing spree. Just kidding, that's not why. The appointment's been for a long time. Don't feel guilty, Becca.
Oh, jeez Louise.
It was a very confusing...
Hey, that was hilarious.
That really was funny. That made my day.
That was so funny.
So funny. Funny joke. Alright.
Here's what happened. You were saying the benefits of coffee,
Oh, fucking hell.
and I was saying how those benefits were the same for me as coffee.
See yours. I wasn't playing because I was finishing up homework. I'm trying to submit it right now.
You can put cream in me because you can put cream in coffee.
And yeah, I could play Fall Flat. I don't know how to stream it though. I want to stream it, but I had to share it to my computer maybe. Do it that way. Oh.
I'm trying so hard not to die right now. It's
I was gonna play some Fortnite with you. Once this Don submits, doesn't want to submits, gonna die. Not submitting.
I heard about half of it and just immediately started dying yesterday because I immediately clicked into where you were going. You didn't even get through your sentence before I was on the floor dying. Alright, I'm hopping off for real. Au revoir, mes amis. À demain.
Sayonara. Sayonara.
Can you guys still hear me? Is it doing the weird glitch thing again?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Oh my god, it is.
Oh, now he talks.
It's so creepy. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude, this is actually so creepy. My Fortnite is closed, and I'm still talking through Fortnite. I need to go into Task Manager and close it. Like, honestly, I'm freaked out. Like, I'm gonna leave Fortnite and then say something incredibly stupid, and everyone's gonna hear it. Or I'm gonna do something incredibly stupid. Now I'm paranoid.
Ooh.
You guys still hear me? Or did it actually?
Yep. No, it didn't shut off yet. Still present accounted for. Sir Jeffus, will you marry me? Okay, now he's gone. Yay! Kicked him. Okay. You guys are ready for this rock and roll? Yeah, I've been on mobile. I don't know how to stream it too. So if you guys want to go, let me know. You guys want to play Human Fall Flat? Fall Flat? Okay. I will leave then. I'm ready. We're gonna leave this place. Exit. Confirm. Confirm and deny that you are no longer with us. I could stream through mobile, but you know how much of a pain that would be. Wait, never mind. That's what's with. You can. Yeah. Hold on, let me see. It did this to me last time. Legitness. Legitness. Yo, it's just a neatness. Hold on a second, guys. I will figure out my life in a second. I'm having flashbacks, so when I didn't know what the hell I was doing with my life. Don't believe you can figure out. I don't know about that. Trying to get this to go. No. Hold on, guys, a second. You guys can play without me for right now. Try to figure out how to share my. There it is. Oh, there it goes. Oh no! As a solo driver! What's going on? Why is things breaking? What is going on? Why? Updated successfully. Nice. Alright, now can I? Sweet. Yeah. Alright, how do we do this? No, don't want to do that. Nice. Yeah, I'm here. I'm I'm fixing things up right now. Figure out how to do it. There we go. Away, far away, far away, far away. CORS, can you hear me? Ow. Come on! Do it already! Good call. Just had to connect it. Let's go. Take it forever to load. I don't know why. There it goes. It should take like a few seconds. And this time it was like, no. This take forever. I guess you're getting the sound through my... What in the actual... How do you get the sound through the... I'll make room for you guys to join after this Fortnite round. Oh my gosh. I'm already here, and you're not here yet? What's going on? Let me choose where I want the sound to go to. That'd be great. Shuffle music. I don't know what shuffle music is. Guys, help me out. Let's shuffle music. Let's see. Got up and running now. It's up and running. All the runnings. You know what I mean? Okay, we'll refine this later, but... Aha, that's why I was having issues.
I'm a mystery, why don't you solve me? Take a listen to me while I'm crawling. Paper to write down your wounds. Safe. In my head I can have all my reasons, but it comes out like I'm always leaving. Close your case, now you have...
Ah!
You keep on trying, cause maybe I'm crazy as you.
What's up? I say hacks. You got lasered? Oof. Oof. All the oofs. All the oofs. Yeah, start now. Okay. Alright, well, the sound's gonna be this way. This is the multiplayer. That's America, right? Oh, pull it down. Hey, I'm supposed to join you guys. Never played this before. Oh, you know what? I should probably change the game. Uh, oh, are you serious? No. Hell yeah. I don't have to touch my phone, guys. I don't have to touch my phone at all. Oh yeah. Start new game, multiplayer. Hey, Seahorse, where you at? Do around to what? I don't know how to customize anything yet. Nah, that's not what I don't want to do that. Nah. Now you decide? Ah, it's too late. Well, this is weird. Can't do this. Backing out. Not using my computer. Whoa, what in the heck? What in the heck is... Oh yeah. Alright, how do we get there? Let's do this. Is there a full screen mode? That'd be great. Why is there no full screen mode? Why is it only partial? I'm mad. Angry Hulk. Caps lock's broken, Seahorse? Hit customize? Oh. Oh yeah, my bad. He's over here roasting you. That's what's going on. Alright. Anyways. So hold on. Customize your character, we'll do around. Hit customize. What do you mean customize? I was trying to use my keep my mouse to do it, but I'm doing it. I'm just messing around. Just great, how are you? You can learn the train. He's the man. He's the man that you all love. Bestie friend. Well. Hey, so what am I supposed to do, Seahorse? Focus. Focus. What am I supposed to do here? Alright? Host the game? You want me to host the game, or you want me to jump in the game for you? Seahorse! Wake up! The way I see horse, I just gonna be mad. Oh dear. Alright, guys, listen here. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Capitalize all my letters right now. Alright, where the hell are you? I was just gonna join a public, but I'm gonna make it because she's taking too long. I gotta pee. There you go. It's a hybrid lobby. So lobby. Who the hell's a joyous apartment? Tell me when you guys are in. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, apparently we're already full. I don't know why. Link what? Link for what? Get a little bathroom. How am I supposed to join that? This guy's like beating me. He's gonna throw me off the ledge. No, how dare he? I will not tolerate that. Oh, that doesn't. Hold on. Wait! Okay, hold on. I'm confused. Ugh. Resend the link. Actually, hold on. I just. Hey, it didn't work. It didn't work. You have to hit it again. Hold on, maybe I can get it now. It was being weird for a second. Try to send it to my phone. Ah. What are you saying swagger for? Oh yeah. Let me get you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm swinging around. Oh. Dude, this is the worst lag ever. I think this is the worst lag ever. Oh, run, you can do it, Ty. I believe in you. Oh, son of a baby. I will wrangle you. I will freaking wrangle you. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Ah! I said I will throw you off. I'm not afraid to throw you off. I got you by the throat. You will be done for. Why am I white and naked? Because I don't know how to change anything. Oh no, we're all falling! Oh, jeez. Alright, I'm leaving you guys. Adios! I'm done. I'm done. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man of running through the doors. Like Drano. Oh, this is how you jump. Okay. Oh, son of a beep. Beep, beep, beep. Ah. Yeah, I was getting so far. Ah, man. It takes you forever to get up. Oh, no. What to fall off the map? Oh, I can turn my screen. Oh, okay, that's how you... Man, these controls are confusing. Controls are confusing. Let go, Ty. Yes, I will push every button I see. Don't judge me. Oh man, this is so crazy. Oh, thanks. How are you guys doing this better than I am? I know you've had practice, but I just Alright, I guess I can't go around that. Don't judge me, guys. I'm done. No fudge biscuits. Yes, I said fudge biscuits. Okay, not whatever you thought you heard. Okay. Oh no! I'm just trying to turn the screen and I activated my hands instead. Alright. This damn guinea pig of a game is gonna kill me. Hey, don't laugh at me. Whoa, wait, we just went to the beginning again? Oh, no. My life has been a lie. Alright, I'm leaving you guys. Goodbye. I'm leaving it. There's the exit right there. I'm taking it. Taking the exit. Can we do both buttons at one time? Or okay, hold on. I can do this. I believe in myself. I can hold on, gotta get right here between the middle of them. Yeah, grabbing both of them with both your hands is hard. Alright? Alright, get your mitts off of that. Aha. Now grab the right one. Oh no! No! What the? What the hell? What the hell?